push agenda watu wengine, but you agree that there is a problem in this country. But when we come that we want to solve it in this way, because mnangojea huyu mtu ambao mnafikiria aseme, then inakuwa sasa unakuja kila kitu unasema, unakuja kutuambia una experience ya street. Ni venye sisi wengine labda atujuani. Mimi labda nimekuwa in these streets longer than you. I've been in these streets even before hii ya Ruto, hata katika serikali ya Uhuru. If I decided to reveal some things, utashangaa. Nilianza kupush other things wakati hata watu wengi walikuwa bado hawajaona. Sasa hindi unakuja kutuambia ati kwamba ati mtu anasema you judge me, you don't know me. But now you are here to judge me kwamba ati I don't know about the streets. What is that about the street? What is that about revolution? Revolution is just kugwai.
Unajua Kenya, Wakenya wanataka kitu moja, wanataka mtu anawasudhi, mtu anawadanganya, and that's not what we want as Gen Z. As Gen Z nimesema, ikisema as Gen Z, nasema watu wenye wanafaitia hii revolution, we want change. Hatutaki story mingi, story ya constitution and whatever. Educate people on a good way. Wacha kuja hapa kutupatia vitu zenye zinatusinya and you're still continuing. I was in a space in the morning with the real, na nakumbuka tukiwa na yeye hapo. They say freedom of opinion. And then a guy from America there anaanza kutupatia opinion yake ati he's going to fund us with guns and whatever. I mean, tulienda kwa street na maji na simu, and this guy slaughtered us. Then you're telling us to take guns. I mean, it's not making sense. Wakenya tuacha kudanganyana. Now, we were talking about Morara Kebaso here, akiibia watu. This guy, we were talking. Right now, nimetumia Fabish sahi screenshot. The guy has just blocked me right now. Na akacomment mambo yake na akani block. Why do you have to block me if you think I'm not speaking the right thing? Can't you tell me I'm not speaking the right thing? Blocking me now raises a lot of alarms right now, because you know you're speaking the truth. We are telling you the truth. You don't want to be told the truth. Morara Kebaso many block, and he had followed me. Unfollow because I'm telling him the truth. He knows he's conning people. He's a con man. He knows he's a project of government. He's in bed with the government. But Kenyans now want that person. Content. Akuja wadanganya hapa kwa space. And that's one of the reason we are not holding the space that was planned today. We had planned a space with Tony Gashoka. And he wanted to bring Akina Kalonzo and whoever. But the terms and conditions that he was giving us, we cannot go as per that. Because Kenya agenda yanatupatia tuongelelea, it's not making sense for us. Kabisa, and that's why we refused actually. If you can't believe, inbox me, nitakutumia hadi screenshot tukiongea na hao majamaa. They are asking us to go and have a meeting at Karen with who is this guy, Kalonzo. We are not buying that. We are not here to negotiate or what. We are speaking revolution. That is the language tunaelewa. Mambo ya constitution whatever imekataa kufanya kazi. Arm of government amenunua yote. Registration yake yote, judiciary ni yake, senate ni yake, mmeona mambo imefanyika huko. I mean, there's nowhere else to run to other than streets. Na streets ndio tunaongelelea saa hii. The real, mlikuwa wapi na hiyo constitution kabla Gen Z tuende tuka protest huko kwa street? Unamesikia ukisema mambo ya street, I feel like laughing. Do you know what is street? Umetokea street wewe? Have you ever been umoi gongo na hiyo bunduki hiyo? Hata sasa kupigwa risasi, kugongwa na hiyo bunduki sasa. Yeah? Kama kijiti. People died, people we know, people who are close to us. Comrades walikufa hiyo siku. And you're still talking about the constitution. That constitution you're talking about, even up to this point, ije kupatia watu justice. Tukue realistic.
Unajua madistractors wako wengi sana hapa. When they feel like now Kenyans want to raise their awareness, now they will be holding spaces, they will be trying to bring distraction, pushing. That is why unaona kwamba we are derailed. We are derailed, tunatafuta watu ambao wanatu derail. You know, they are amongst us. They come, they conceal themselves. I'm calling everyone out. Watu kama wanataka tufanye, kama wataki tufanye tutaachana nayo. Lakini mimi nitaendelea kusema ukweli mpaka ile siku nitakosa sauti. You know. So tukiwa tunaongea unakuja tukiongea hii solution, no, it's not working for you. When we talk this one, no, it's not working for you. When we talking this one, then no, we need to hear opinions. We need to do. Come on. Yeah, Malia, go ahead.
Sorry about before, I was held up somewhere. So, comrades, nilisikia sijui weekend ama ni when ati Morara Kebaso was in a club with his bodyguards.
Yeah, weekend.
Sasa nikashindwa.
Club, I think inaitwa club what? Is it 18 or something? Club 18.
Sasa nikashindwa.
Yeah, club 18. He was in club 18. Bodyguards and women drinking.
I was like, I thought this guy is a Christian. Venye anatuonyeshanga hapo is all about Christianity. Mpaka anatuonyesha video when he's kneeling down praying huko kwa biashara yake ya furniture. Wana kneel wote na wanawaka.
Atatuambia ni Christian because that's what Ruto did. Ruto bought the church. Alienda akabrainwash watu kanisa huko, wanawaletea pesa huko. Now he bought the church and that's why I'm telling people Morara is a project of Ruto. He's actually going the steps that Ruto followed. Anajua kina kanisa huko atakuwa ana brainwash watu wengi sana. Continue.
You know, I was like, are they sure kweli waliona Morara kwa club? But they walisema specifics mpaka the name of the club, nikasema it can't be a lie. Sasa I was like, this guy yani the way hata amekuwa, hata sijui siku alikuwa ameenda Meru, akienda Chuka University kwa Christian Union kuwahubiria young people, I don't know what, not follow my example. You know, I'm a very responsible person. Sijui, you know, it's God, mazee ni God, na hizo stories mingi. Sasa I was like, anyway, the good thing, amejitoa yeye mwenyewe, his true colors, ameanza kutuonyesha mapema. For Zakayo, he at least tried to pretend mpaka the last minute sasa alikuwa shapenya, ndio akaanza kuonyesha true colors. Huyu hata kabla hajafika pahali. Alafu this fundraising, we addressed the issue with him that because he wants the public to fund him. Can he be accountable at an audited account of how that money is being spent? Because ilifika point, the guy was asking for money every single day. Ikafika point paka anaitisha pesa ya furniture. Yeye mwenyewe he is having a furniture shop and he's asking people to donate money for furniture. And then hata printers na computers. Amedonetiwa nyumba, amedonetiwa vitu mingi, gari, and he cannot just buy two printers and a computer. So I was like, this guy, I stopped dealing with him from that point because if you look at any candidate yenye ako funded kama wa US, unaweza fund mtu kama Obama or the rest. But the nini is very transparent. System inakuanga, you have to be, because if you are being funded by the public, there has to be audited accounts that the public gave you this and this is how you spent the money. But this guy ni kama, this is his personal project ya get rich. Because I understand he ran for MCA akaanguka. And there's a time alisema he has never run for any office, na ran for MCA somewhere in Thika Road. I don't know where. But aliran akafail. So this guy, this is just a money minting operation. Sijui kama ni project or not, but he's making money out of this thing. That is the main thing. Because at the rate at which ana solicit for funds, it's not normal. Every single day, unaitisha pesa. Then unakuja unasema you want to ongeza your security so because it's security, I cannot be able to show you accountability, nionyeshe kwenye pesa zenu zilienda, because unajua security is private. Sasa siwezi wapea audited accounts. How? So from that point nikajua tu jamaa tumecheso. So huyo achana tu na yeye ataenda tu nini. Anyway, imeanza kujitoa cause what was he thinking? Alikuwa anafikiria hakuna mtu atamjua akienda kwa club na wanawake, hakuna mtu atanotice ni Morara Kebaso wako hapa mwenye anashindanga akituambia mambo ya church. Anyway, achana na huyo. So what I can say, this guy who we are dealing with over here is somebody who anafuata mastyles za Moi basically, you know. So anapenda situation where there is some kind of situation where they can be, yani pali yenye anaweza unleash violence tuseme, cause hiyo ndio his strong suit, na he has grown up, he has cut his teeth through those tactics ya kutoa watu wa Rift Valley, anawafanyia nini tribal clashes, anakuja huko mapost election. So he's those politicians who believe in a lot of violence, unaona. So he believes in Yani in fact unaona venye watu wengine wanasema ati sasa watu wajiami. My friend, that is what that guy is waiting for. Yani that is his dream come true. Watu tu wajiami, and then sasa he let him now come and unleash all his ile violence yote anakuanga nayo kwa hiyo kichwa yake, you know. So I don't think that's really a very good path to go, because huyu jamaa anaweza uliona mtu anaweza itisha army watoke kwa barracks. I've never even had the time when, kama ile time yenye kulikuwa na George Floyd, nani akatoka akasema, Trump akasema sijui ni wanaitangwa homeland security, something like that, but it's like army or paramilitary. So wanatokanga sele imekuwa too wild, yani sasa polisi wameshindwa kumanage the situation. So from that situation even ilienda escalate juu kutoka hiyo siku yenye huyo jamaa alikufa, wakaenda wakachoma police station at 10 o'clock the same day at night. Then sasa looting ikaanza, looting mbaya kabisa, wakafunga ma highways nini. So venye sasa ilifika hapo na ikaanza kuspread to other towns is when nani alitoa au watu wa homeland security wachunge. But if you see how those guys were operating, hakuna mtu, in fact if you can be asked casualties when walikufa kwa marching nini demos za George Floyd, you cannot even say maybe na wenye walikufa si ati waliuliwa na polisi ama hao homeland security, no, they were just killed by other civilians who might have been having guns. So you see this, let me tell you the truth, unaona hizo mademos venye mulifanya, they really helped the situation. Let me tell you the truth. Saizi, before that, watu walikuwa na kiburi ingine ya wazimu, whereby ungewapata kama kwa barabara, they are always on the road, na hizo masiren wakiambia watu watoka kwa barabara so that they can pass all the time. Huyu anakuja mwingine like that, as in walikuwa wameturn the place chaotic. Nowadays, since that demo sijaiona, I'm telling you the truth. Anytime nikisikia ni siren, it is an ambulance. I've never seen. Wanakujanga wanapita wrong side sawa, but they won't put siren. Unaona? So we have achieved something that they have seen, that people have power and people can change things. Yeah? Because unaona, I like comparing na hiyo story ya George Floyd, because unaona George Floyd aliuliwa by some white cops yenye walikuwa wamezoea kuua black young men. Unaona, it's something which had gone on for a very very long time, as in ukipatana tu na a young boy mwenye ni black, kama uko na gun and you are white, unamshoot, unasema sijui alikuwa naiba, unasema sijui alikuwa anataka kufanya nini. It was just, na ukipelekwa kotini hakuna koti yenye ingefunga a white person mwenye ameua a black young man. But that day venye hiyo video ilitoka, in fact the way it was, jamaa, he was not even supposed to be charged. Mwenye alimkanyaga kwa mwenye alimfinya shingo, he was not even supposed to be arrested. They were going to concoct a story, nini happened, he tried to resist, he was going to attack, but evidence ndio hiyo ikaenda viral. So that first of all shows you the power of the internet. Unaona, that at times you may not fight all the battles yani in a way which is structural, like now the constitution means. Unaweza tumia other means, like how that thing was able to go viral, ikienda all over the world, ikienda all over the other towns and cities, na venye wase walijitokelezea. And from that point on, by the way, anybody who shot a black person, kuna jamaa mwingine alikuwa na own bar and he shot a black person who was rioting. Hiyo time tu alikuwa kwa Black Lives Matters, a black young man. So jamaa alitoka akakuja akaambia watu, you guys don't msianze kuleta shida hapa hivi, because I have a business I'm running nini na nini. So akarudi kwa shop yake. Akirudi kwa shop, a black man went and jumped on his back. Akajaribu kufight na yeye, akamwambia ni wachane, akakataa, akamshoot. And after shooting him, the guy alienda kotini, the white man, and he was sent to jail for 25 years, something which was totally unheard of. And from that time, watu walienda, even the guys who were there with that police mwenye alinil on the neck of George Floyd, walienda wote pamoja ndani. So that can show you pressure, people pressure, what it can be able to achieve. Juu mimi ungeniambia pre-June 25th ati sasa this so-called big people wangeacha kuweka siren, I could have told you hapana. Ungeniambia that these people, they'll be scared mpaka they cannot even stay in their own houses, wanaenda kulala sijui wapi na unknown destination juu wanaogopa watu wakuje usiku kwa surround nini boma ama wachome boma ama wafanye. So there are so many ways in which can be able to put pressure and bring change. That's what I think is the, at times easy traditional methods which people talk about like bearing arms, it may have the it might be counteractive. Juu mtu lawless kama Ruto, what he wants is that chaotic situation. He thrives in chaos, unaona? That chaotic kama hiyo ikikuja sasa, he'll have opportunity to say that watu walikuwa wanataka ku overthrow the government sijui nini na nini, sasa aite military, you know, a little military over nothing. You can see since independence hakuna hata in 1982 Moi was not so quick to kuita nini over something so trivial. And then there were also mercenaries who are being hired from outside the country. So this guy is just waiting for that opportunity. Ati sasa kuna watu wako armed hapa hivi, aitane mercenaries wake wakuje wavuruge, take situation, and then he'll be like, now is when the dictatorship can be, because these people don't want to overthrow the government, they want to bring chaos, they want to destabilize the country, ABCD. Hizo ndo vitu anangoja, and he thrives in chaos. But there are so many ways which are available. We can study all other revolutions to know which other methodologies we can use. And thankfully, internet iko hapo. It's not like kitambo yenye we are just relying on news. Kitu yenye Moi ata approve juu all these media houses, they are normally controlled. They are under CAK, Communication Authority of Kenya, na they are usually told what to broadcast. Na mambo ya demo, they were told that they should not be airing it live because it's like incitement. And I remember kama time ya 2007, because they were covering live, ikafika point, I think Meshuki ndo alikuanga Minister of Internal Security ama somebody, akasema no more live coverage of what is going on because you are inciting, like wase wenye wako let's say sasa Wakikuyu ndio wanauliwa Rift Valley, so or Nyanza. So what will happen ati wakiona sasa watu wao venye wanafanywa, waseme sasa Wakikuyu Wajaluo wenye wako Central wakuwe targeted, like in Kiambu kuna kwanga na lot of Luos wakuwe targeted because of what they saw on telly. So he used that as a reason, na channels zote, you are not supposed to cover anything to do with that. So what was happening was just cartoons. Walikuwa naleta tu cartoons. Yani nchi iko on the brink, and all these other channels abroad, Al Jazeera, CNN, BBC, watu wanaonyesha that things are out of control, mpaka watu wanaanza kuwapigia from abroad kuwauliza what is not happening. Na nyinyi kwa local TV stations mumewekewa cartoon. You know. So all what I'm saying is this. There are so many ways, and we just need to think of innovative ways how to put pressure on these guys. It's not impossible. Let me tell you, if you'd have told me an MP can be scared of his constituents, siku hizi hata wanaogopanga kuenda kwa meetings. It's not those days when walikuwa natafuta meeting iko wapi tuende hapo, where is the meeting tuende hapo. Siku hizi they are thinking twice because ground imekuwa hostile, and that's what we need. Unaona? We need that continued hostility which cannot be fought. Unajua, a hostility which can be fought ni kama if we bear arms and we go and attack. That one can be fought. But there are other ways which you as a, like you're a weaker party. Yes. So we are the weaker party. We don't have arms. Them, they have all the monopoly of violence. But kuna njia zenye zinaweza tumiwa to put pressure, because all these people at the end of the day ni ma civilians. These leaders of ours, they are civilians. They live amongst us. They are our neighbors. We know where they live. We know their partners, their children, everything. So, hiyo njia yenye tulikuwa tumeanza ya kusalimiana, mtu akifanya kitu hao yake inasurroundiwa, and akienda kwa meeting aezi pewa time, inakuwa very hostile. Those kind of tactics, to me I saw they were really working, and there are something which gava haiezi fight nazo because it's not very structured, it's not kitu structured sana, so gava will have hard time, kwani wataenda wapeane polisi walinde everybody, all 200 and how many MPs yenye wako watalindwa na polisi all the time, their homes, and they have more than one home, watakuwa nalindwa? It's impossible. So the same formula in which tulikuwa tunaambiwa that the gava yezi peana security, kila mtu akuwe na security yake, polisi wake wa kumchunga, is the same thing that sisi ni wengi and kona the monopoly of violence, but we are many. We have the advantage of numbers. We have the advantage of proximity. We live with these people we know, and we have a lot of data on them. And some of the data is very bad, like wengine hata wako gay and all those things. So that information warfare yenye ilikuwa at the first time, na hata vitu kama kurecall MP, those people, they fear those kinds of things. They fear very much. Hakuna kitu MP anaogopa than losing his seat. He can do anything. Wachana na Ruto kumpea pesa at the end of vote yes or no. If he just hears you are recalling, and it's not such a difficult process, it's possible. So me, I feel tukiorganize around those kinds of avenues, we can beat these people, because we can beat them in our area of expertise, our area of strength, whereby them they don't have the strength there. They may think that they have all these people to spy and do what, but if it's about spying, we are the ones who can spy on them more than they can spy on us. If it's about Nini, you have dirty laundry, they have more dirty laundry than us. Some of them, if their lifestyle was just to be exposed on the net, saizi hata sijui kama they can be in this country. They would rather go and hide themselves somewhere. So for me naona, let's be broad in our, broad-based government. Let's be broad-based in our outlook of how can we fight these people? How can we deal with these people? Let's not just look at one line. Juu hiyo line wameangalia na wakaona vyenye wanaweza ichenga. Unaona? So nani hata akiona watu, by the way, nowadays mwezi hata gather watu 10 ati mnaongea kwa street. There's people all over, and then sometimes mkiwa kwa group hata mnaweza shikwa mpelekwe to central. Juu ya kudiscuss to politics, which is what Moi used to do, by the way. So jamaa, we know we are dealing with a Moi reloaded, but now things are different. Hizi ile siku yenye ilikuwaga Moi na KBC na TV2, we have so many things at our disposal, so many tools at our disposal, so many ideas how we can be able to circumvent these people, and for sure we are going to overcome, because the people always have the power at the end of the day. And that's why during George Floyd maandamano, you saw what happened. Hiyo kitu ili become so big and it blew to an extent that nobody could have thought that kifo ya mtu mmoja inaweza blow to the whole world. Unaona? Because nowadays the world is a global village. Kama ile time yenye tunasemanga trendisha topic ya this guy should not go to UGA or those kinds of things. Hizo vitu, they give him a negative publicity in the world. Na he has been feeling it, because I don't know when it is, alikuwa kwa interview akasema that there's a lot of negativity and a lot of fake news, which means inamuaffect. It's affecting his image even in the global realm, that mtu he's only ever trending on negative things. Ukimwona kwa X he's trending ni kitu mbaya, ni vitu mbaya amefanya. So let's keep on that pressure. Let me tell you, that thing, that line we had taken, it's a very strong line. And we also look at other revolutionaries, modern ones. Well, how do they normally fight these characters? Akina Snowden, how are they able to do these things? I think that can be a better means than kukua confrontational in their area of strength, which is violence. Thank you.
confrontational. Lakini as we are doing all those wonderful things that we need to do in a revolution, we are talking of abduction here, which it is illegal. And hata wakati tunaabductiwa na tunawawa, we have never been confrontational. Should we continue subjecting ourselves, losing lives every day because he's the only one that have monopoly of violence? Or it is time that we do away with our fears and say enough of abduction? We are not saying that we want to be violent, that we want to go and start attacking, places, but we are talking of attacking when time comes that they want to harm us. We are attacking those who want to kill us. That is the honorable thing that you can do to protect your life.
I'm getting you very clearly what you are saying. But okay, you want to defend yourself. So what is your idea of defending yourself? Like now, if they come kama venye walienda kwa Boniface Mwangi's house, ako nyumbani, ako na watoto, na wanataka kumabduct. Sasa because he doesn't want to be in a confrontation hapo kwa watoto, maybe they might even harm his children, he just goes willingly. Because this is a protege of Moi, I can maybe tell you how it was during Moi time. Moi time, he was seeing the people who are walikuwa naitanga instigators, yani hao ndio watu wenye wana cause rebellion against his regime, tuseme. So he used to use many ways of warfare, but abduction, by the way, it was a very serious one because alikuwa anaendaga ana abduct, then anawafunga. In fact, that time ulikuwa tu unashikwa and then you are jailed in, kulikuwa na matocha chambers huko chini ya Nyayo House, Nyati House, yani places which are incommunicado, which even we don't know those places exist, unaona, of which kama ile group ya the 3 guys who are abducted for 30 something days, ni kama walikuwa wamewekwa in a similar kind of a situation. June alikuwa nasikia it was dark, those kind of things. So mtu ana recreate to what Moi had done, and that's what Moi used to do. So I'm just wondering, ukiangalia, I'm not saying that what they are doing is right. I'm just saying, how can we go around this thing with minimal casualty to ourselves? Nona, because
that's hapo umesema minimal casualty. Like now we are not doing anything, we are not defending ourselves. But do you think for now that we are not doing anything, are we having the minimal casualties?
Okay, let me ask you, because tuseme of late, is there anyone mwenye amekuwa abducted na kauliwa more recently? Maybe I'm not aware.
Unajua, yes, you are not aware because wala watu ambao unaona juzi, unajua kuna watu wengi wanakuwa abducted that are not known publicly, or they don't have influence of media. These people every day they are being abducted, they are killed without even our knowledge. Then kuna sasa wala ambao inakuja kwa limelight, and that is why every day karibu kila news ukiangalia utasikia kuna mwili umepatikana somewhere, kuna mwili umepatikana somewhere, kuna mwili umepatikana somewhere.
Okay, let me ask, which criteria are they using to decide who to abduct? Let me just put it that way. Which criteria? Is it like wakiona you are vocal, ama wakiona, ama wakifuata your communication, one like you are the one who is maybe leading people, ama how is it? Wana decide aje nita abduct huyu na niwache huyu? Because akina Boni kama wao tunajua it's because wanakuaga human rights defenders, they are civil society, so how tunawajua because of the work. But now I'm just asking myself, yani, how do they decide that nichukue Fabi I abduct Fabish and I leave the other person. Because you see,
I think that question, that question, it is only them that they can answer the kind of criteria, because you know, they are the one that doing that. Not unless if you're asking that question that you are doubting whether there are abduction going on, then now that your question can stand legit. But if you are just asking about their operations, it is only them that they have the knowledge on how they're doing their operations. Not unless you are questioning whether people are being abducted, or you think ni sisi tu ndio tunapeana propaganda.
Sijasema mnapeana propaganda. I'm just saying, unajua sasa these things, they are not in the media, or rather many people are aware.
Yeah, so people tutakuwa tunangojea zile za media, because I think you know very well that everything in this country is biased, even the media. Not everything ambao
they have been threatened with, you know, so hawezi later. But I'm just saying, okay, maybe then we need to bring more awareness, because you see, if me, I'm not okay myself, I'm normally quite on X, I can see what's, but sahi najua ni Aoko na who else, kuna jamaa nimeona they were abducted like recently, but I think kama kunaweza kuwa vyenye tunaweza give more publicity. Unajua these people,
so as you are saying, to patia publicity, so we should wait for more abduction. So the more they abduct, the more we give publicity, so that people can be aware, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So how are you going to give publicity here?
Okay, I'm just saying like this. If we say that people are being abducted, but you see, there's no, we have not put a face to it, and also we have not given it a lot of publicity, then juka saizi, so you know, Aoko ameabductiwa. So I was watching Senate, walikuwa na discuss that issue of Aoko, that way is Aoko. Amepelekwa wapi? So these guys, venye nimeona, hata ukiona the way they are releasing people, the people who are abducted yenye wamereleaswa, to me, to my understanding, kama hawa akina Njagi wenye walikuwa wameabductiwa for over 30 days, those guys I don't think walikuwa wakam back alive, but ile tu publicity ilikuwa kwa hiyo kitu, wakaona this thing, the way it is so public, it will bring a problem if we kill these guys, so wakawa abandon na huko wenye waliwapeleka. So yeah, I'm just saying, I know we want to, but I'm saying, like, if we bring more awareness and pia we put a face and we make these things trend, it helps a lot. Because at pia they are so much on the public limelight of the in the global arena, that there are a lot of human rights violations which are going on in Kenya. Paka there was an envoy who was even
I understand you now. So you mean kwamba what we just need to do is just continue pushing hashtags. That is when we can stop them from abducting, because they will be in global arena.
Watu nikuuliza, okay, you give me your what you think can stop them. Maybe you, because nikiwangalia, I'm seeing that you see, like, if they abduct me now and then it's visible, they will have a hard time thinking of eliminating me kwa sababu. But you see, if yani hata hakuna watu wako aware, maybe very few people are aware that kuna mtu mwenye amekuwa abducted, unaona, then it becomes easy for them, because it's like you know, there's no consequence for them in terms of that mtu wenye wamechukua. It's just like anybody being kidnapped, unaona. Na sasa the bad thing is these people, you cannot even tell who is abducting, because now hata they're in plain clothes, ni watu plain clothes wanakuja wanachukua mtu, or they come, they shove you in the car, and a lot of times hata wafichi wanafanyanga tu hata in the middle of town and all that. Na hizo ni tactics zenye, those are extrajudicial. They are extrajudicial. It's like anti-terror police unit venye wanafanyanga.
Ndio sababu nakwambia, because the more tunaandamana, ndio the more tutakuwa na a lot of vocal people, na the more abduction itakuwa inaendelea. So tunaweza kumalizaje? Because these are solutions ambao tunaongea, So unafikiria kudeal na hao because umesema ni extrajudicial, umesema they are doing it unconstitutional. So unafikiri tutafanyaje, ama unaona kama hizi hashtags zinatusaidia?
Mimi kusema ukweli nimeona ni kama zinasaidia because
so tuendelee kupush hashtags. Mtu akiabductiwa we come, because leo tuko 260 million. Leo tumefika 260 million ya oko hashtags.
Even the people who are not very well known, we can also bring wacha wenye watabductiwa, the ones who are already missing, the people who are already missing.
I understand. What I'm saying is leo tumefika 260 million hashtags ya aoko. Do you think we deserve a medal?
It's not a medal, it's just a strategy. No.
Yeah, do you think the strategy, now that we are at 260 million and there is no any communication from them, wala hata they are not ready to hata kukuja tu ku address, so unafikiria kwamba ita work? Na kesho Fabish mwenye hata fikisha 260 million, because we don't know, maybe they need 1 billion for them to respond, but now kesho Fabish mwenye anaweza sifikishe 10,000 hashtag, unafikiri itakuwaje?
I can see your point. Nimeiona sasa, nimeona point yako. We need to bring awareness. Yeah, we need to bring awareness to it as a, yani, not based on an individual basis, but as a practice, that this abduction practice, unaona sasa kama this issue of femicide, hii wiki yenye imepita about 10 ladies have been killed or 11 thereabout, and FIDA wamesema, wamepea gava ultimatum that in the next 30 days, if the government is not going to either declare this a national disaster or going to give some concrete steps to how this thing is going to be put to an end, wataingia kwa streets. No. So still it's another way which can work, and I've seen your point that it's something which needs demos actually
now
to bring more.
Not only demos, you know what you are telling, what we are trying to educate ourselves here is, that is why many people you know are taking it either intentionally or they are not getting the point. We need first to create awareness from the point of that kidnapping. Tunaambia watu kwamba number one, if you are the victim, these people are coming to abduct you, they are not coming as government officers, because they don't have uniform, they don't have identity, they even mask their faces. So we are saying you create commotion. And now we are also telling people that if you are passing somewhere and you see a commotion, you don't need to know that person. Follow, scream, throw objects, create more commotion. So from that commotion, because even these people that they are coming, they are scared because they also don't want their identity to be revealed, because they are coming to discredit themselves. So that is number one, that we are telling people that first we need that thing that is called self-protection. So when we call for self-protection, we are not saying that we are causing mayhem or we are becoming violent. And what we are saying is
self-defense.
There is nothing unconstitutional for you protecting yourself.
About self-defense.
And we have said, if you come in a legal way, umekuja na uniform, mimi ni inspector so and so, nimetoka police station, nimekuja kukuarrest, nobody even will question you. Let's go.
Yes.
Lakini huyu umekuja, because at what point will we distinguish between the gangs and the government agency? What was the motive that police officers should wear uniforms and have their identities? It was for at least to be that distinctions, yes, between criminals and the government agencies. But now when you operate like a criminal, that's why we are telling people that these people that they are operating like criminals, we are dealing them the way we deal with criminals.
You're right.
You are seeing the point there now.
I'm seeing the point now.
Because
that it's true, you need to defend yourself. You need to self-defense. It's even there in the constitution that I mean, it's self-defense. If somebody is coming at you, if somebody is coming at you and you don't know this person, the person has not shown you any ID. The person has, and in any case, we have been even having situations whereby there are gangsters who normally impersonate officers. You know, so even in uniform, they just, I don't know where do they get the uniform from. Come on, Ajishonea. Then they come and
wanakodisha.
Wanakodisha. So, like, this is something which is there. And you see, I am comparing it like what also e group kitengo inaitwa anti-terror police unit wanafanyanga, that they come to your house. Kama ile siku, there's a day, I don't know, there's some guy who was, I think, a lawyer. He was defending some guy who had been told he's a terrorist. And then they come to his house in the middle of the night, you know, and then they just take him. Hakuna ID, hakuna nini. They come, they don't have a search warrant. They ransack his house, you know. I think this thing, it should be even, there should be some court case about it, because you know the way that's, you know, those extrajudicial things, they are not legal. They are not legal in the according to the constitution. Even if somebody is a terrorist, does it mean you can't arrest them in
no,
you know, the way you are supposed to make
money? And that is where we are coming from. Kama umekuwa mnafuatilia sisi hapa kwa spaces, the NPS wamedanganya, they have distanced themselves. Wakasema they are not part of the kidnappers. The DCI, they have distanced themselves. Sasa ndio tukasema sisi tunaambia watu wetu kuwa very well, even PS wamesema kwamba they are not part of them. The DCI wamesema they are not part of them. That means we have gangs, criminals on the loose, and that is why we are saying if there are criminals on the loose, that means you have to deal with them like criminals.
Yes.
Because they have made statement and they have distanced themselves. So that means when we are fighting them, we are not fighting government, we are fighting criminals, of which it is a patriotic thing to do. Umeelewa sasa the point?
Nimekuelewa. Me, actually, you see, as much as terrorism is very serious in this country and we take it very seriously, we have lost a lot of lives through it. Mimi, I'm always against that methodology ya kukuja kwa nyumba ya mtu. You don't have any even not uniform. You are even supposed to have a search warrant from a judge, I think, for you to come and ransack somebody's house. Sasa unakuja kwa nyumba ya mtu in the middle of the night, una ransack nyumba, munamchukua, munampeleka incommunicado. Other times you find that you know, in fact, the issue here, this vitengo which are there, which are ambiguous. I think they should be some kind of a lawsuit about it, because how do you just come to somebody's house? Another time you find the terrorist ndo huyu amefungwa vizuri, ameenda jela, amemaliza his term. On his way out, after he has finished his term, his family has come to pick him from committee or wherever. Wakifika, before wamefika pali yote, hijackiwa tena. Sasa unashindwa.
Sasa,
what is the point of
umesema about lawsuits, eh? What I want to tell you is, unajua the reason why unaona people are coming in terms kwamba Ruto must go is because even leo ukiangalia tweets za Okiya Mtata has been in the forefront of championing for injustices in the corridors of justice. But even the determination that has been coming lately from the courts, usifikire kwamba watu wajepeleka. We have a lot of human rights. Sasa ukisema mambo ya lawsuits, niambie zile 60 bodies zilikuwa dumped pale Kware. And up to now, there is no any tangible thing coming from the government. Unaona? Mili zimejaa city mocha. We are not being told hizo mili zinatoka wapi with gun wounds. Watu wanashutiwa, watu wanakidnapiwa, wanaenda kuuawa. So unasema hizo pia lawsuits ngapi unafikiri zimepelekwa? But there is no action because they are the one perpetrating it. Sasa ndio sababu tunasema kwamba Malia, it is something that is very difficult to talk about. It is something that is very uncomfortable to discuss, but it is the only option. Defending yourself is the only thing that you can do now. You cannot fight a lion. You cannot go into the bush and look for a lion to fight him. But if a lion come to your house and you are left face to face with a lion, before you die, you will struggle. Utajaribu hata kudunga macho. Utajaribu hata kufanya nini? Because you are fighting for survival. You are fighting at least for your life.
Preserve your life.
So this is what we are saying.
It's
so
inside
this, yes, so this is what we are saying, that at least we need to do something to protect ourselves first. Sasa wakati imetushinda kule, wakati hata tunakuja kwa kupusha, lakini tukingojea tu kwamba mtu anaenda Boniface alichukuliwa, tunapush hashtag what of aenda wawe. So we cannot rely kwamba mtu akichukuliwa tutapush hashtag, and this regime, they are tone deaf. Tell me 260 million tweets and it's not even moving them. 260 million and it's not moving them.
I'm getting you.
Wacha tusikie Nomad and then tuende Maumau. Nomad.
I've really gotten
you.
I've gotten you.
Hi, good evening, Kenyans.
Good evening.
Mimi naomba nanisikia?
Tunakusikia vizuri.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Aha. Mimi jamani naomba nizungumze Kiswahili na nichanganye, maana yani nimesikiza mambo mengi ila mnanikasirisha, sijui mnanichanganya. Maana mimi kabisa nakubaliana na Sesco, sijui Sesco ama ni Seska, kwamba tunaongea kizungu mingi, mambo mengi ambayo hayasaidii kabisa. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba kabisa niongee na jenzi ambao wako hapa, maana nadhani hao ndo wanaweza kuelewa hasira yangu na wanaweza kuelewa yale mambo ambayo mimi nimepitia kwenye street. Naheshimu kabisa kila kitu ambao mmesema, naheshimu yote. Ila kwangu mimi kabisa, yani sioni haja kuongea mengi. Sijui mtu anasema tunapushi hashtag, sijui tunafanya nini. Kuongea mengi, mwanzo Ruto haogopi bwana, kama yule alienda kwenye media ambaye anajua miaka 10, miaka 50, miaka 100 itakayokuja hiyo klipi inaweza kuonekana, alafu anauliza kama mtoto ambaye amepigwa risasi bado yuko hai. Huyo ndo mnaona kama ati mtampush kwenye hashtag na ashtuke. Do you think the hashtag and a lot of talking online can actually move that guy? For me, I am for the idea of let's go to the streets, let's push for the agenda of Ruto must go. Ruto must go. That is the agenda. These are all of talking and saying mama ya katiba, ma constitution. Katiba mwanzo haipo. Yule bwana mwanzo mkikumbuka yeye alikuwa wakupinga katiba. Alikuwa hapendi katiba. Kwa hiyo sijui kwa nini mnakuja kusema mambo ya katiba. Hawezi kusikiza katiba. Hivi sasa mnaona ma Supreme Court manini kila kitu yanapitishwa, yakienda kule vile ambavyo anataka ndo itakavyokuwa. Wale jenzi ambao tulikuwa juzi kwenye Mashujaa Day, we were just walking in town peacefully. Well, we were all dressed black, kwa hiyo inakuwa ni target. Ulikuwa ukijaribu kukaribia kule kwenye Uhuru Park au sisi mbio. In fact, some of us ilibidi enroll kwenye gym because you don't know when you will be running for your life. These people are always everywhere. Plain cops. Wewe umebeba simu yako, umebeba maji, umebeba bendera, lakini bado watakukimbiza. Alafu mnakuja hapa kutuambia tuongee. Tunafaa kuongea tuseme nini? What are we talking about? Tunafaa wakuongea, mnaongea maana nyinyi hamjawahi kuwa kwenye street ambao you get mtu anakushika. Yani mimi mkono wangu ulinyanyuliwa hivi, ilibidi sana nimeenda hospitali maana karibu anivunje mkono, simply because I was wearing black and I was just walking around Uhuru Park. I did not touch anything. I wasn't carrying a stone. I wasn't carrying no weapon. Wale wa kukimbia waliweza kukimbia. Mimi nisema sikimbii. Kama wanataka kuni-abduct, wani-abduct. Alafu you guys are coming here talking a lot of English na a lot of things. Sijui America wamefanya nini. Upo tupo Kenya. We are dealing with a rogue regime. We are dealing with someone who doesn't care about you and I. We are dealing with someone ameua Wakenya wengi sana. Alafu mnakuja kuongea hapa mambo ya maongeo Ruto must go. Yani focus yetu kabisa inafaa kuwa Ruto must go. Na hapa kwenye spaces tunafaa tuje the strategy, how exactly are we how do we get this person out? Nakumbuka mwanzo kulikuwa na Wakenya walikuja Arusha. Nadhani hao Wakenya walikuwa wa government something, maana vile ambavyo walikuwa wanazungumza, ulikuwa unajua wana information mingi sana. Wanasema Gen Z, yani nyie Mungu aliwapatia one chance. Hiyo ya 25th ukweli ni kwamba mimi hata moyo wangu unauma sana nikikumbuka wenye tulikuwa Arambe Avenue, mnakumbuka kabisa tulikuwa tunasema tusirudi nyumbani. Ila kuna wengine walikuwa wanasema tumeambiwa turudi, the rogue police are coming, nini. Ilikuwa kabisa Gen Z tulikuwa tumeamua haturudi. Sijui wale ambao walianza kupushi #go home, sijui go home nini. Hao ndio walitukosea sana. Mwenyezi Mungu alitupa chance moja na ambaye basi tulisambo iliisha hivyo, lakini we can make it happen. Lakini hatuwezi ku make it happen kama tunakuja hapa kwenye spaces na vitu ambavyo tunakuja kuongea kizungu mingi na hamna kitu ambacho tunaongea maana. Yani mimi kabisa naongea na Gen Z ambaye amekuwa kwenye ground na mimi, wale ambao juzi tulikimbizwa sana. Ilikuwa hatujakosea mtu. Kwenye CBD tulikuwa tunarushiwa tear gas. Nakumbuka mama mboga jamani alisimama akaambia hao polisi wataneni na watoto. Alafu mnakuja kuongea hapa mambo ya constitution, mambo sijui ya nini. Bana, naombeni jamani hasira zenu zielekee kwa Ruto. Hao wengine wa baba wanaona ambao unawaona kule kwenye parliament ambao hao akili zao si timamu, maana zinatumiwa na yule dictator. Kiukweli kama kabisa umeona nyie ni Wakenya, si amna mtu anafaa kuambia mnaona zenu. Sasa hivi kuja ambao kuambiwa sijui alafu kupigana kwenye sasa si muda wa jamani wa kupigana. Ni muda wetu sisi Wakenya tuje pamoja. We have one enemy. Vile ambavyo mnasema poverty is the enemy, Ruto is the enemy. That should be the key. Yani focus yetu kabisa inafaa kuwa Ruto must go. Mwanzo naomba samahani maana mimi natumia laini ya Vodacom, ila nikija Kenya natumia ya Safaricom, lakini kuanzia kesho jamani nitaenda kununua laini ya Airtel, maana Safaricom yani ukivuka boda moyo wako unaanza kupiga sana. Mwanzo hata ukienda dukani unaogopa, hujui utachukuliwa saa ngapi, nani atakuja kukuchukua. Mwanzo tena mnasema those people who are coming to abduct you, sijui unafaa hawakupi muda wa kuuliza maswali. Those people are criminals, they are rogue. Hawakupi muda. Kwa hiyo wewe umeondoka, yani tuliona vile ambao yule mkaka sijui anaitwa nani, yule mkaka aliyechukuliwa alipotoka gym. He was not even given a chance ya kuexplain ama ya kuuliza maswali. Kwa hiyo kusema sijui nini, mimi am for aura. Kama mbaya. If Ruto wants, of course he is going the wrong way. Mimi kwangu hivyo yani kiumane mambo ya kuja kusanitize hapa constitution masijui nini makizungu mingi kuleta wa America. Sisi tupo Kenya na hivi ndio situation yenye iko Kenya sasa hivi, so we go with that please. Thank you.
Asante sana binti, asante sana Nomad. Nakubaliana, hiyo ndio mambo ambayo tumekuwa tukisema kwa hizi spaces, kuwa lazima tutafute solution, na solution ni hiyo. Hakuna njia nyingine ya kusema ati kwamba sijui tutapaka rangi, sijui tupake nini, sijui tupatie spices. There is no other way out. That is the only way out. Nani Sesko? Okay, Sesko, wewe ni host, umeinua mkono, alafu peane mic. Okay, wacha tuende kwa Maumau basi.
Asante na habari za jioni, na natumai sisi nyinyi wote mko wazima. Kwangu mie niko mzima, ingawa tu niko na makasiriko kama dada mwenzangu Nomad. Wajua wengi wetu ni kweli yale tunayozungumzia hapa, nafikiria tumekuja kwa spaces ili tubishane tu. Wengi tunaonekana ni kuleta mabishano, ndio kuleta mambo za nchi zingine mambo ambayo sioni kama kwetu kabisa yanatusaidia. I would like to say this, hata kama watu wamesema tusiongee vizungu mingi, ndivyo vizungu na makatiba ambazo hazitusaidii sisi, sio za maana kwetu. Kweli tulienda shule ili tuweze kuzungumza na katiba iliwekwa hapo ili kulida wa Kenya na kulida mwananchi yeyote, hata kama ni wa kutoka nje anapoingia nchini. Lakini wajua hii katiba imetumika inatumika na viongozi kuwalida wao na kukandamiza na kuumiza wengine kama sisi. You know what we are looking at is somebody who is a narcissist, mtu ambaye hasikii. Nimesikia watu wakiuliza tutafanya nini ili tumalize extrajudicial killing, abduction and kidnapping. Hii mambo yote tunastahili kumuondoa huyu narcissist dictator. Tukimuondoa tutakuja na uongozi mpya, uongozi ambao hautakuwa ukiumiza wananchi. The reason why we should remove this guy is to do away with the abductions that are ongoing. As we speak, kuna yule MCA ambaye alikuwa abducted. Mpaka wa sasa hatujajua aliko. Mpaka wa sasa hakuna any communication from the regime. It doesn't matter the hashtag that we're gonna push, whether several millions or billions. We have been pushing for Adani to go. We have been talking about reject Adani. I think by now it's in billions of hashtags, but still huyu mjamaa anaendelea kuisukuma down our throats. Tumeongea kuhusu SHA, tumeongea kuhusu Kentraco. Huyu jamaa bado anatusukumilia. Wanafunzi ni wangapi nchi hii ambao wamenena kwa matelevisheni, in social media, wakikataa the new funding model? How many hashtags tumesukuma? Na zote huyu mjamaa na wandani wake, the cabal of thugs, wamezikataa. They have completely wamefunga masikio yao. The only way is to reject this government. The only way is to reject Safaricom, to boycott Safaricom. I think that was the clarion call. The clarion call ilikuwa reject hii, boycott hii Safaricom, boycott hii serikali, boycott huyu mtu. Tumtoe, and the only way ya kumutoa huyu mjamaa ni kwa street. There is nothing else. We should be asking ourselves, when is it that we are going on the street? One focus being kutoa huyu mjamaa kwa kiti. We are not going to boycott hizi mavitu zake, mabili zake anatuletea any longer. We only require them to spur our anger. We only require them to trigger the agitation in us, ili wakati tunapojitokeza pale kwa barabara, huyo mjamaa hakuna kurudi na hakuna kurudi. Nomad amesema vizuri, watu walijitokeza on 25th, but tukafanya blanda, tukarudi nyumbani. That is why these guys followed us. These abductions tunaongea kuhusu hazingekuwa zinaonekana sasa hivi. But because we did a mistake, when we go back to the street, are we going to repeat the same? Instead ya kubishana hapa, tungekuwa tunaambiana, because we are waiting for the opportune time. When are we going to get to the street? Once we go there and we occupy fully, are we going back homes again? No. Let us decide once and for all ya kwamba sisi ajenda yetu ni huyu mjamaa atoke na watu wake wote mpaka hii. The moment huyu mjamaa ametoka, hata hao wabunge tunaongelelea hapa hawatakuwa washaenda. Tayari the moment we occupied parliament walikuwa washatroka. Msituambie mambo ya katiba. The threshold of recalling this member of parliament is too high. Don't say that iko chini, my friend. Hawa watu lazima hizo signatures zipelekwe kwa IEBC. IEBC ni nani? IEBC ni huyu mjamaa. IEBC ni watu fulani hapo ambao watanunuliwa, na kama sio kununuliwa watawekewa mathreat. After threat they'll cede ground na watakubaliana na the dictator. Let me tell you, huyu mjamaa the only way ni aondoke, and can only do so constitutionally by us Kenyans invoking Article 1. Power belongs to the people, and we can take it directly. We can execute it directly. Once we get to the street, we are now invoking that article of the Constitution we so endear ourselves to, which is being mutilated, which is being misused by the current regime. Huyu mjamaa, as long as we continue talking, he cannot listen to us. He is a man of so many wants. Anajua kuongea. So wakati mnaongea ni kama a chorus to him, kwa sababu amezoea kuongea. So this is not a guy that tunaweza mnyamazisha kwa kuongea. Huyo ni mjamaa atanyamazishwa na action, and only action is getting to the street and forcing the gentleman with his cronies out of office. Hakuna kugoja ati tuseme civic education, yes, tuambie watu huyu mjamaa, na kila mtu I understand anajua. Yule mtu anajifanya hapa haelewi, ni kujifanya kwa sababu he might be working for the regime. He might be an informer. There is no way you can tell me that haujui tunaumia. There is no way you can tell me that Wakenya hawajui kuna mambo ya abduction inaendelea Kenya. All out of 10, 7 homesteads ziko na runinga, ziko na redio, zinaelewa mambo mabaya ambayo inaendelea Kenya hii. Tuache kuongea mambo ya manchi zingine ambazo haziji hapa kutusaidia. Hiyo nchi ya America we are just quoting here, ndio inatuexportia one of the useless guy in the name of Gates, who has been given immunity, who is pushing for some of very useless bills, some of very useless ideas to our nation. Sasa wakati tuna jerepik hapa na pale ati US inafanya hivi, sijui imefanya hivi, na kuna watu ambao wametoka tunawaona wametoka huko vigogo wenye mali wameletwa huku. Kwa nini analetwa na anapewa hiyo immunity? I believe analetwa kwa sababu ya kitu moja, aje atumie pesa zake kusaidia huyo mjamaa kukaa kwa hii kiti. Hiyo ndio sababu moja. That is one of the reason I believe hawa mikora ambao wanaletwa kutoka nchi za nje na hii regime ya loot all waje wafanye. So my dear comrade, patriot, acha tupiganie hii nchi, ukombozi kikamilifu, na ukombozi ambao tunataka sio wa ballot. Ukombozi ambao tunataka ni tunyakue uongozi, goja tuwe na akamiti ambayo itaoversee. Tusituambie hatuna IBC. Tumekuwa na IBC all through 2007 tumekuwa nayo mpaka saa hii, na kile kitu wanatupatia ni these reject politicians, very useless, who cannot hold accountable the executive. Kazi huyu executive ameenda pale pia amechagua judiciary, another judiciary who cannot hold the executive accountable. So kindly, my dear friends, my dear Kenyans, sisi hapa hatutakuja kuongea mambo ya kusanitize, massaging this regime. This is a fallen regime. This is a failed regime. This is a regime which is actually shaming our nation. Ukiangalia mpaka nje, huyu jamaa hawezi enda kukutana na diaspora kwa sababu akienda pahali wanamuibia. Ruto must go kila pahali, hata kama hayuko. Tumeona social media from diaspora, people are spreading the same gospel, huyu mtu aende. So if diaspora themselves wanajua hivi, unataka kuniambia sisi Wakenya ambao tunaishi hii nchi ambapo tunaumizwa sisi wenyewe hatuelewi yale mambo yanayoendelea? So hii ni kitu mimi mwenyewe kwangu naomba iwe ni kesho, as we push for 11-11. Kindly ngoja tuambiane ukweli ya kwamba let's whip the emotion. Ngoja Wakenya wajue ya kwamba hii nchi sio nchi tena. Kila kitu we cannot afford to live in this state anymore as it is. The guy that we thought is our savior went to sleep with the same dictator, Raila. So unless we ourselves as Kenyans take power, we cannot delegate the same power to any other person. Mambo ya Murara, don't discuss it here. It is a waste of time. Somebody who cannot listen to people, that's a waste of time. Kindly, we focus on things that are affecting us Kenyans. Na mambo yenye inatuaffect ni hii serikali tutaitoa lini? Hicho ndicho kitu tunastahili kuzungumzia sasa hivi. As I speak, I'm not in Safaricom. Nishatoka kwa sababu Safaricom is a useless whatever, which has been facilitating whatever that we have been seeing, especially leaking our data. And that is why we have so many killings, so many abductions. So kindly, let us focus on the main agenda. Ruto must go. On 25th, we focus on finance bill. This time, the focus is Ruto must go. Once we occupy and occupy. No retreat, no surrender. I lad.
Asante sana. Wow, yes. No retreat, no surrender. That is the voice. So wacha tusikie kutoka kwa Checkstan, then tukuje kwa Kim and tuendelee. Yeah.
Ruto must go. Mic check. Ruto must go. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, Ruto must go, tunakusikia.
So by the I think Kenya mimi naweza sema tu ni machache, like we as Kenyans, before tufikie hawa wakubwa, tunafaa pia sisi tuwe na umoja wetu. Because kama sisi wenyewe hatuna umoja, itakuwa ngumu sana kudeal na watu wenye wako kule. Because adui akitaka kukumaliza, anawatenganisha, pia anawapiga vizuri. I think Wakenya inafaa tuwe tu na umoja juu. Okay, hatuwezi kataa cause unajua one thing nilikuja kurealize like hata kukiannouncewa maandamano alafu makarao wa mwagwe, there is no way mtu atafungua biashara mbele ya bunduki. So ikienda hivyo wiki mzima inatingiza nchi. Si lazima hata watu watoke. Hiyo design tu kumeannouncewa tu like watu wanajua. So unaona tu makarao wakikuwa deployed hapo wajae. There is no way mtu atafanya shughuli zake. Hakuna. So hiyo inaumiza pia nchi ki-economy. So hata ikuangi must watu watoke. Hiyo tu announcement peke yake inafanya gava inashtuka kidogo, ina deploy makarao, watu wanakataa kwenda kazi, kuna kuwa tu hivyo nchi inanyamaza tu. But I think the only thing we as Kenya tunafaa tukue na kura. Tuwe na kura cause unajua wase wengi politicians utuchezea akili sababu wanajuanga vijana wengi wa votingi. Kazi yao ni kusaidia ni kukampeni tunajua, lakini kuvote hatuvote. A day before siku ya kuvote utapata vijana kwa klabu wanajibamba. Mtu kesho umetei umesahau. Wale watu wanaenda kuvote ni mama, baba, wazee, mashosho ndio unawapata kwa line. Ama wale watu kuanzia tu miaka 45 kwenda juu. But ukianza hawa wadogo si wengi, percentage ndogo sana ya vijana ndio vote. Na si ndio tuko na kura mingi. So hapo upande wa vote inafaa wase wakuwe na vote. Alafu then another thing. Unajua siafu ikipanga line, ukipatana na siafu imepanga line, hauwezi jua mkubwa wa hiyo siafu ni mgani. Lakini zinaenda kumaanisha kuna ile ilikuwa ya kwanza, but hauwezi jua ni gani. The best way we can do ni kubonga nao wabunge. Unajua wabunge ndio kusema, acha niwaambie ukweli. Hata hizi fracas zinaendelea za sijui za Gachagua za nini, ni wabunge ndio wamesababisha history yote. Sasa ndio wanaharibu. Mimi nakwambia wachana na prezo wachana na yeye. Deal na hawa say juu hawa say wanakuja huku wa ground wanadanganya tu. Kujeni tunawapea unga. Unajua mwanasiasa ni mjanja sana kutumia ulimi yake. Juu hawa ndio wanatumwa kama tusiafu sasa. Ule mkubwa wako huko wachana na yeye. Hawa bunge ndio wanafaa washikwe mkono, wapelekwe mbio. Unajua kipewa pressure watarudi kwa ground vizuri na wajue hapa ni kunoma. So mse kama huyo hata shortcut haiwezi. Kuzu mse amenacha ufala ingine kubwa sana. Unaona kama sahi ameshika mzai. Venye tu alimshika hivi, nikajua tu what hapa imeenda. Na ni mjanja alicheza hiyo game. Ile day niliona mzai akienda ile bezi ya Kware huko. Hapo ndio maandamano ilianza kuisha nguvu. Venye tu alitoka huko akapatana na Zakayo. Hapo ndio mambo ilitulia. So inatuonyesha nini? Vijana ndio walisare. Na huo msee ndio alisimamia. Tuseme alijaribu kuteka advantage pale na aliweza. So the only way we can do, sisi wenyewe umoja wetu ndio itakuwa nguvu yetu. Tuachange kutukanana kwa mneti, tuache juu napatanga hata most kuna dem fulani amebonga kitu hapo nikashika point yake. Sisi wenyewe tunatukanana, tunasulubishana, tunadharawiana, hadi unasikia mtu anakuja hapa kwa space anasema ati hata hiyo nguo yenye Morara amevaa Sasa unashindwa nguo tena imetokea wapi? Kuna msee alibonga kwa space fulani nikacheka. Sasa unashindwa mtu unapiga mtu mwenye analia kama wewe. Sasa unapata vijana wanapewa dole sana kuvuruga. Juu wamegundua mtu akiwa na njaa, he or she can do anything bora ashibe. Manzi, vijana tushikane, tuchukue kura, na tukivote next time tusivote na emotions. Unaona? Alafu mi kitu ingine na niuma sana, unasikia msee anasema ati hata heri Gachagua kuliko Ruto. Hiyo ndo mistake watu walifanya, wakasema heri Ruto kuliko Uhuru, wakamuhurumia. Ndo the same thing watu wanaanza kufanya sasa. Unasikia tunataka huyo ndo tunataka, na hiyo ni ujinga ingine ya hali ya juu. Hizi mahuruma za ufala tuachane nazo. Kwani hakuna siku yenye tutaisikia tu president ametoka tu, jamaa alikuwa anauza tu mboga hapo akaamua kusimama, akaendelea kusimama, akakuwa president. Unaona? Like, tuachane na hizo vitu. Tujaribu kukuwa na umoja kikura, na tukijaribu na tukivote, tunavote, tusivote na emotion. Tu encourage wazazi wetu, tuambie huyu ako na hii maendeleo, huyu ameleta hii maendeleo. Hivyo tu. Juu sisi huyu mtu tunalilia, tunasema ni mubaya, ni mubaya, ni mubaya. Huyu msee ni sisi wenyewe tulimuweka pale. Na tulimuweka na emotions. Ati tunamuhurumia ati
Angalia
Yesu.
Checkstar.
So anyway, yangu imeishia hapo.
Yeah. Kwanza nataka ubadilishe your mindset. Toka huko kwa voting. Voting ni baadaye, wakati Ruto hatuwezi kumuondoa na kura. Hiyo naye tusijidanganye. So hakuna haja kuambia watu wachukue kura. Ile kitu tunaambia watu ni wajitokeze kwa street, kwa revolution. Sahi kuna kura, ni watu wajitokeze kwa revolution. That is the only way ya kumuondoa Ruto. Kura tutaenda tukishamuondoa. So King, alafu tuende kwa King. King uko hapo?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ni mimi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening as usual. Now, I'll try to make this as short as possible. And I trust I should start by saying, Fabish, now that you are the person who has been hosting these explosive spaces, as they should be actually. The biggest, the biggest drawback you'll encounter hapa is what you call sensitivity of people. Because we've been taught to be so moderate such that any other radical direct idea always comes out as a far extreme idea. And that is why you'll always see people here, they are always rushing to oppose things. And then when you sit down and have a one-on-one talk with them and try to explain the logic behind your statements or your sentiments, then with time, they'll tend to understand, but it will take a lot of time for them to see it. And you realize that problem is actually more with the older generations. They really don't see the direct ways, they really don't see anything good in extreme ideas. So, I might not repeat what Fabishop said about vigilantes, but I'm gonna give them examples because they think it's a very far-fetched idea, but it's already happening. Now, just today, we came across a video in Kisumu. Mind you, I'm not in Kisumu, but I saw it on my TL. A video in Kisumu where a guy was to be arrested on these flimsy charges, and for some reason, the Raya who are around him decided to say, no, hatuwezi ishi hivi. And then the police decided to force their way, and then the guys marched the police aura for aura, and then those guys realized those people are strong. They are equaling what you are trying to do, and then it became a stalemate. Was it today ama ni juzi hapa, is it Kamukunji? I saw Kanjos going to harass people the way they normally harass people in town. Mind you, I've not been to Kamukonji all my life, mimi sijai kanyanga huko, but I saw it. People stood their ground. Kanjo akajaribu kutoa fujo sababu walikuwa na polisi, alikuwa na bunduki. They stood they stood firm. Nao Kanjo hakuingia. Kama hizo licenses tunataka angalia online, hii ndio mlitupea, ziko huko online. Hiyo kitu mnataka kuinspect iko huko kwenu, angalia. Kama kuna shida mkuja na warrant. Wakaulizwa wapi warrant? Kizungu mingi. Madam akaanza hasira mingi, and then for out of nowhere akamtu huko nyuma akaanza Ruto must go, and all of a sudden ikakuwa concert ya Ruto must go pale Kamukunji. So it's always a far-fetched idea ukiongea hapa until people realize it is in the realm of possibility. People are not talking about it, but they're actually doing it. They're actually doing it. So you have boys pale wanajua this is a country of goons, a country of unlawfulness as per now. That document you call the constitution right now, I tend to believe it's suspended, because what I see and what they try to make us believe through their words, they are just totally polar opposites. They are not matching. So I don't believe that document is in effect as per now. So let no one think it's a very, very far-fetched idea. Mamuri hapa nje, they are like, mimi mjuange tu, like maybe siwezi nyamaza, but ukisikia nimepiga nduru, sidhani napiga nduru sababu napigwa na bibi. Nikipiga nduru mkuje, na mkuje sababu siwezi piga nduru ovyo ovyo. That is whatever Fabish is saying, in other words, in a very practical way. But sasa ukitaja jina vigilante to others, wanaona tu zile gangs za Mexico, they just see everything. They just see something akin to Mongeki ukikuwa sensitive hapa. So some of these things people come to project hapa, they really talk more to the insecurities of a person and to their sensitivity as a people than to the idea or to the extremism of a statement. Because we always say a country of 50 million people, Fabish is bold enough to talk about it. Others won't talk about it, but they'll be doing it. And you have to realize you cannot police morality. There is nothing in this world you can do about it. Even nikiamua nitafanya kenye nitafanya, there is nothing Fabish can do about it. That is why I loved that sentiment ililetwa hapa na, who was that? There was a lady who spoke in a lot of Swahili, and she quoted that 25th thing, and some people who decided to become the prefects of the people. Yeah. You came out, you went from your houses, mulikuwa leaderless, partyless, sijui ni nini hizo males mingi. Then all of a sudden jioni, mushakuwa leaderful. There are people who are directing this and that, and because wenye walikuwa tao hata wangetaka kulala tao, shida yako ni gani? Wewe kama ulitokea urudi jioni 7, wewe enda nyumbani. But if you go that extra step now, you start pushing those hashtags on the push. My mind always tells me, whether you like it or not, you did the government's bidding on that day. Whether knowingly or unknowingly, like it is it. You don't try to police people. If people are united for a cause, mkutane huko street, wewe waache. Let them do what they are doing. You don't try to tell people usifanya hivyo, hujui ni kwa nini anafanya hivyo. There are things you encounter in this life. Hata kama ulikuwa a moderate person, you automatically become an extremist, because you realize hiyo ingine tunasema ni kizungu mingi, it is a very, very long way of solving a very, very small problem. Without advocating for it, I'll try to define patriotism hapa without going into the dictionary definition of it. If you look at it in a very practical way, it is that unbowed love for the country, for the constitution, and for the rule of law. But you'll come to realize how the world functions. It functions in a very, let me call it, weird manner, for lack of a better word. You'll come to realize the most patriotic people are the people who are willing to do the most extremist things to defend their patriotism. So you'll find your democracy under threat. The people who are threatening your democracy are not playing by that document you call the Constitution. At times, you will really look into solutions, discuss a lot of them, go eliminating one by one. Let's try the courts. The courts are frustrating you, or they're in someone's pockets. Let's try a community policing. Let's try this. And then if push comes to shove, it will become very clear in people's minds that you need to go in some route you never thought you would go just to have a country called Kenya tomorrow. That does not make you any less of a patriot, actually. You have to realize, for you to defend that thing you call patriotism, it will force you to shift and go to the oppressor's playbook, but now you take it to the extreme so that you can bring him back towards constitutionalism. It has happened in countries. So this sensitivity of people in spaces, whenever mtu wanna make comments, and then you feel like, no, you need to be a moderate. No, let them make their own comments, but kama una feel uko satisfied, question them with logic. Let them explain exactly situation ikifika hapa, what are you advocating for? There is a risk of this and this. What are you advocating for? But you don't just come here with your moderation ideas, shoving it down our throats, and then you make it look like it's the best idea of all. No. We cannot have that. That is why in Fabricious spaces, I rarely make submissions around here, because I might be repeating a lot of what the host is saying. So I spend a lot of time asking questions to what you may call lukewarm sentiments. Mtu anataka kufence it, uko hapa na uko hapa, uko hapa na uko hapa. An example is one. You cannot be talking about civic education and talking about streets at the same time. One has to go out of the playbook. I am not really here to tell you which is which, but if you try speak around both at the same time, you are the Kalonzo of our generation. You are the Fensita hapa kwa hii space. I learned.
Thanks sana. Nimependa vile umeweka. Things that we think that we are avoiding, lakini inafanyika. Sababu hata paka ukimfungia kwa kona umchape atakimbia, lakini inafika mahali hawezi tena kusakamba. He will come after you. Atakuja na makucha, atakukwaruza. Sasa je, binadamu? Yeah. Na unajua ni venye watu I think wamezoea mambo ya kupapasana. So that kwa space yangu labda asingine inakuwa ni ngumu kidogo, inaleta joto, because mimi sipendi vitu za papasa. Hivi hata nimesema zile mambo unaona zimefanyika Haiti, imefanyika wapi? Usifikire kwamba ati tu ni watu walikuja all of a sudden wakatoka mahali. It started from a regime kama hii. Watu wanaenda, constitution inakuwa mutilated, watu wana feel kwamba sasa they have become helpless, wanaanza kujitafutia namna, regime wanafikiria wanaendelea kuoppress kutumia nguvu, na inabidi pia watu sasa waanze kutengeneza muscles before realize watu wamekuwa na nguvu kuliko serikali, na inakuwa sasa watu wanataka kukaa jinsi walivyo. Sababu serikali ndio wana create that anarchy. Kwa hivyo hata hivi ni ngumu kuongea, lakini hii serikali ya Ruto ikiendelea hivi, na sisi pia tukiendelea hivi kwamba tunapapasa huko na huko, itaenda pia baka kila kitu ikue segemnege. Hiyo ni reality, lazima tuambiane. Kuna vitu zingine ambao hata ukanyamaza ni kama homa haifichiki, utakuja tu kukoa hivi ama mimba, huwezi kuficha forever. Sasa watu ambao wanatengenezaga hiyo anarchy huwa ni serikali wenyewe, wakianza kufikiri kwamba wanatumia nguvu, unyanyasaji, ukiukaji wa katiba. Watu sasa wanaanza wenyewe kujihami polepole. Before realize watu washaanza kuwa na nguvu kuliko hiyo serikali natupa nje, na watu sasa wanaanza hata kupata huru ingine ambao hata wataki tena mtu awasumbue. Inakuwa hata kutengeneza serikali inakuwa ngumu because watu washazoea huru. You know, anarchy comes with its own freedom, and that is why the countries that have had this conflict, it takes them time to form a government because they will enjoy that freedom that they think they've been oppressed for long. So ile makosa ambayo itafanyika, it is not about people, ni serikali yenyewe ambayo ita depend. It is William Ruto that will decide why you want to take this country, whether you want to resign and leave this country at peace, or whether you want to continue holding this position, of which he cannot, because Kenya ni watu ambao wako na nguvu na ni watu wakifanya maamuzi washafanya. Sesko, umeinua mkono alafu upatia hao speakers wengine.
Unajua Fabish, sasa ndio nimesikia we have people who are on this thing. Watu wameanza kuerevuka sasa. It is funny that I'm not the first and the last person to be blocked today from this space. Kama umenotice watu wamekuwa kwa hii space, Morara Kebaso was actually blocked several. Kwa sababu we have spoken na tumemwambia what's supposed to be done. Hataki kuambia ukweli. Well, it's good that you're showing us your true colors before you start sabotaging the whole revolution. Ukikuja kuleta hashtag zako hapa. It's so funny that people are still continuing to tell us mambo ya constitution hapa, whereas watu wanaumia huku. People are thinking I have my own agenda saying the street is the only solution. Well, kuna mtu alikuwa hapa na
Hello. Yo.
Seko, ushamaliza?
No, can you please mute the mic?
Kindly mute the mic.
I don't know.
Okay, nilikuwa nawaambia Safaricom, these people they have been working with the government of Kenya, hii serikali ya Ruto. So mi maamuzi yangu nilikuwa nasema let these people, Safaricom, let us go to maandamano the same way that we had gone to the finance bill. Finance bill sasa imeprove Ruto what they were doing in the Supreme Court, where those judges which are corrupt, they're working with Ruto. And Ruto asidhani sisi ni machizi kwa sababu ati sisi ni wajinga sana. Sisi tutaenda maandamano, Safaricom must be closed. Yani unanunua bundles za 10 bob, unasikia zimeenda hatuna dakika. So mimi nilikuwa nauliza how come Safaricom has been working with the government, na werea sisi wenyewe hatutaki mashida mingi Kenya, lakini Ruto ndio anatuongezea tu kutuongezea ma stress. Hey.
Fabish, kama mnanisikia nipeeni 100. Unajua tumekuwa distracted na huu speaker. Sawa. Wakenya wako na shida mpaka sasa. Huyo hakuwa anakumbuka kwa space. I'm talking Rasha mic. I mean, it's the government. You are blaming the government. Muende bana. Zakayo washuke. That is the only thing you want to hear it now. Hizi stories zingine hapa hazi make sense. And people should not give credit to where it doesn't belong. I don't know why people are still... I've posted that one saying Morara Kebaso many block. People are coming here to attack me. You are being given facts, amutaki. Well, I mean, Kenyans should wake up right now. And people, I heard someone saying that Gen Z, nisi tumepea power Morara Kebaso. Well, we take that power. If he thinks nisi tumempea, then we are not under him at all. Inject party ni yake si yetu. We don't belong to any party. We are advocating for a good government. There is nothing else that we are talking about. Hadi hiyo space yenye tuko to host leo, we are not hosting it. Because I'm seeing right now, these people that were telling us to host a space with them, they are giving us a statement that Ruto must go. Na amevaa manguo za za ODM na wengine Jubilee na UDA. I mean, we are partyless, we are leaderless, and we need change in the country. Jeffy.
Good evening, Sesco and Fabish. I hope I'm audible, and thank you for the space. I want to begin by saying that if we could be a little gracious with each other and be able to accommodate each other's submissions, it's not very hard, really, at the end of the day, to notice a mall or to realize that someone has been sold out. I mean, if there's a sellout amongst us, it's been happening and we've been seeing that. But we are saying that we need all hands on deck. We need as much and as many people on board. And how we do that, mostly it is through conviction and persuasion. We are talking about abductions and the killings that are happening. And we have seen the government distance themselves from these abductions, the National Police Service, the DCI. But you and I know that these are not terrorists, as we may want to, believe. Because if that then is the case, it begs the question, has this nation, has the government failed to provide security? That guy is still back. Has it then failed to provide security to its own citizens, for which things they took an oath to protect the right to life? And because we know then it is the government in disguise doing all of these things, I think the bigger question should be, we as the people, how do we counter this injustice? Therefore, it means we must employ and use every method and technique that is available before us. What I mean by that, when we look at what we have here as a topic today, we are talking about a revolution, which is one of the strategies. We are also talking about boycotting Safaricom and its services. Those are two strategies. They are not the only strategies. There is civil disobedience when you say we want to boycott Safaricom because it has breached the data policy by giving our details to the government, giving our locations away, and aiding these abductions and the impunity and the killings that we see. Now, when we talk about the revolution of 11/11, how can we have it more organic? And how can we have it more planned? Because I also feel sometimes we have like around 11, 12 days to go before this maandamano zenye tunaongelelea. And I'm speaking as one who has been on the streets as recently as the 20th. Wakati tulikuwa tunaenda Uhuru Park. I was there. And we were very few of us. And I said here, I think yesterday, tulikuwa tunajipata kwa crowds kidogo sana za watu 40, 50, 30. Tunatupiwa tear gas canister moja inatutawanya sisi wote. Now, here's the thing for me. What we are doing right now, you may want to call it another name, but we are disseminating information to the people. And that, for me, I think goes a long way into bringing many people, on board, so that when we say we are going to the streets, we have the numbers. The numbers that we had on the 25th of June, because it is only in those numbers that we can overwhelm the police and overwhelm the government. It is doable. We have seen it happen. But how then does it happen if so many people after this broad-based government came into power, and I'm talking out of experience, I have listened not to just old men, young people reasoning like sycophants because Raila amesema kitu hivyo ndo inafaa kukua. What is lacking there? It is information. Because just before that 25th, Raila alikuwa pande ingine. And all of those guys who are pro Raila at that moment, most of them were with us on the streets. Tukiambia Raila weka nyumbani. And somehow this movement got compromised in terms of our numbers when Raila joined camp. You know, this is the kind of things that we are dealing with. That's why we need to re-strategize. Tutatoa aje kwa akili za watu hii politics ya mtu fulani amesema.
JV, tumekuwa hapa for almost
yes.
8 hours na mimi sitaki tukaa hapa tukisema mambo ya 25th. Mambo ya 25th ilipita na tushatoka huko. Kule tunaelekea ngoja tu ninakupatia nafasi.
If you allow me, let me submit and then
nakupatia nafasi.
Okay.
So,
okay. What I'm saying is hizi zetu zenye tunapanga na tunapanga tutatokea hata
hivi pole kidogo. Nafikiri tuelewane, ngoja kwanza nikwambie. So, tunahitaji tuache kudwell. Sijui vile tulifanyaga 25th. No. We can have even a better one kulika za 25th kula ambao tunaenda mbele. So, wakati tunaongea from now, let us focus on 11/11 and going forward. This mambo ya kusema tulifanyaje June, tulifanyaje hii, these are distractors. These are kind of discussion that we don't need to dwell on them. We are starting a new revolution. Mambo ya 25th either tujue vile tulifanya hiyo ilipita. Tukienda kama tunasema 11/11, it is not a must kwamba 11/11 na ikuwe kama 25th. But tupange vile tunajitokeza, we build momentum. So go ahead from there.
Fair enough. You've guided me, but actually we are speaking the same language. Ni wewe labda hujanielewa vizuri. But my point is, when tukizipatiana muda sana hivi, we are actually giving the government a time and opportunity to strategize vile tutaenda kupatana na wao hapo. My plea is, if we had so many of us on board, imagine hata kushikwa kwa Maverick Aoko, that following very day, tungesema tu hapa tuende kwa streets. If we were really organic, imagine sote tungekuwa kwa street, that organic. So, I will learn from there, but I'm saying, let us try and accommodate each other. As long as tunajua we have one common enemy, let us not be divided on the basis of huyu anaona vitu kwa njia nyingine. We all want the same thing. Na tukitoka this time huko nje, we said, mimi sitoki na maji tena, na kitambaa, na bendera, peke yake. And when we want to talk about strategy, we cannot do it here to publish it before the government. We need something that is private, hata kama ni ya WhatsApp group, tuseme ni nani anatokea na tunatoka na nini, ni nani ako Kenya na nani hayuko Kenya, na mwenye hayuko Kenya anaweza ka contribute vipi for the success of that demonstration on that particular day. Nimemaliza Fabi.
Asante Jesu. Ajuaga. President, mute your mic.
Sina mambo mengi. Nadhani
Hello.
Yeah, Ajuaga, go ahead. Sorry. President alikuwa amesahau kumute mic.
Yeah, mimi hata sina maneno mingi. Nadhani kama kuna kizungu nimesema kwa hizi spaces ni kama zimeisha for the last 1 week. I have shouted mpaka nikakuwa kama mtu wa nyumba bana. Ile kitu nilikuwa nataka tu niseme kwamba sahi I think sasa tunafaa tu focus bwana. Hakuna maneno mengine, let's forget about the past. Tuone venye tutafanya hii kwa sababu everywhere is atrocities. Tumekuwa na patients wengine hapa hospitali where I work. renal patients. This kidney patients, those who are on dialysis, watu wanahangaika vibaya sana. Ukisikia venye watu wanahangaika, mtu ameuza shamba, ameuza ng'ombe, amemalizwa. And this SHA thing is totally a mess for every patient. Sasa tufanye namna gani? As usual, this is something we have said for the last 1 week. I think now sasa what we will do, 1111 is here. Tuamue kila mtu ajitokeze. Tuhakikishe tumefanya everything we can. And I know we will do a good work. Tujitokeze wote, tukutane pale Safaricom. Tukimaliza hiyo, tuangalie venye tunaweza attack hii ofisi za SHA. Itabidi, because now we have atrocities everywhere. Everywhere is problem. Kila mahali kuna shida, and they are touching on basic human necessities. You know, like now Safaricom has been used entirely to abduct young people for a long time. And it is only coming to the public attention when things are now out of hand. So I think what needs to be done moving forward, we also need to be very pragmatic. When we say what we do, because let me tell you one thing, and I've always insisted on this. Kwani wewe unafikiria Ruto ajui that all these atrocities is the one doing? The guy is on a mission. Huyo mwanaume is on a mission. Huyo mtu ako kwa mission yake, na mjue watu wauliwe kiasi gani. The gentleman had declared he is on a mission. Na hiyo mission yake si kidogo. Hizi zenye mnasema za ndani ni za juujuu tu. Ruto is ruthless. Ruto is very ruthless. And now we have our healthcare system pale. Hiyo SHA is not working. By the way, SHA is a total scam in its entirety. So we need to deal with Safaricom ruthlessly on 11th and leave that whole compound, everything completely destroyed. All staff chased and all food eaten. That is the worst form of inhumanity according to core humanitarian standards. Mutani same kidogo nirudi kule penye nilikuwa kwa NGOs kidogo. Is releasing private data. Hiyo hata hiyo UN yenye na support hii Kenya, all those humanitarian actors, they know they cannot release personal data. It is a contravention of our local laws and international jurisdictions. Safaricom has done a treasonous act for a long time. There is no way young children are getting abducted. I'm creating a rage. I'm creating a context for you to be able to know how your data is key. Today, hata hapa mahali penye naongea, unashtuka tu mtu is knocking a house, anakuvuta nje, umeshikwa. How do you feel? Na in less or one day, you are in a river. That is what we call human atrocity that is caused by a private company that does not have immunity in a country, that does not have all the powers that you as a citizen has. So we also need to know what we are getting into. We need to be sensitive to what Ruto is doing. From outside, people think, government is a big elephant. Kenyans might not be feeling, but it is reaching a point that now we have to fail. Like this season we are in is when Kenyans are now feeling that things are not working. So on that note, mimi ile tu ni kuambia tusiongee maneno mingi. Tusiseme tulifanya zile za wakati ule na tufanye hivi. No, that is a sound of a coward. That is a sound of someone confusing the whole system and the people who wants to move forward with a progress. So I call upon all of us that on 11th of November tukutane pale Safaricom, na sio Safaricom tu. Kama unajua uwezi fika Nairobi, uko Mombasa, uko Kisumu, Safaricom ni entity moja na wako na offices and headquarters in those areas. What we are saying is enda kwa main offices za Safaricom. Wale wako Nairobi, because that is why we have a very huge population. Tukutane pale Safaricom, nitakuwa nimerudi. Mimi niko Mombasa. Tukutane pale Safaricom. We ensure they have felt the pain that very many mothers are feeling. These atrocities zinafanyanga mtu. Me sometimes that I even lose breathing, because you can imagine, yeah? How dare do someone release your data and then all of a sudden you are being abducted and killed, and a young person of less than 25 years. It is a very serious thing we are talking about that Safaricom has done. It is treasonous. In other jurisdictions, Safaricom would not be operating in this country. In other countries, well-developed and countries that follow the rule of law, Safaricom would have been chased away from day one. And here in Safaricom, we even have a police station. What is that? We are in a very bad situation, but we will not allow people who are causing or inflicting pain to us to still continue enjoying the proceeds of corruption and the proceeds and benefits of a rogue governance system that is abducting us our basic rights. That is how furious we need to get it right. If we don't act, that gentleman is very ruthless and is on a mission. We are supposed to counteract his ruthlessness with an equal measure. Otherwise, if we sit back and watch, tukikaa nyuma ati tunaangalia, we will turn into Uganda. Tutakuwa kama Uganda. Sahi hata kuongea Uganda ni shida tu. And is doing this very systematically. You know, it is like an infection. Inaanza pole pole. And is doing atrocities because Adani was not known and it came to the light. Shah has been forced to the throats of Kenya. Now see patients are dying. I suggest we ensure when we are going to Safaricom, we have done what we need to do the best way. Ile siku hawatawahi sahau. Ile siku hawatawahi sahau. Na tukitoka hapo, hatutawahi sema venye tulikuwa Safaricom. No. Tunaenda kwengine. Kama ni ofisi za Shah, tunaenda kwengine. Kama ni, Adani, we have to ensure anything associated with any external private partners is not taking root, because those are areas where money is being laundered and stolen, and Kenyans do not even know. Interestingly, majority of Kenyans do not know what is going on. That is the funny bit. I also suggest that when it comes to civic education, wewe kana wazazi wako, there is a small meeting you need to call them. This is something we need to take to the doorstep at the household level na nyumba kumi. Let's try the best we can. Tuhakikishe kama ni civic education ifanyike from the household level. Hiyo information it has spread itself like that. Ukiweka wazazi chini, uweke siblings wako, uambie in a special meeting. Kama tu zile meeting tunakuwa nayo kwa nyumba most of the time za kupanga future. Unakaa nao chini unawaelezea, is not a joke. unawaelezea the reason why we are here, why we have to fight this, and why we have to be very vigilant about Ruto. If you see someone abducting anyone around you, usikae hapo, chukua mawe. We have to do every ruthless thing, every ruthless bit to ensure that we are counteracting a ruthless response. One thing I want to remind you is it is going to be difficult. That I want to tell you, it is not going to be easy. This guy has very bad plans for this country. This guy has very bad plans for this country. Let us not remember 2027. He has already planned for it. He will still be there. Be rest assured. Because if you are the government that is fair enough, we would have today collecting voters card. We would have today, IBC would be in place. We would have today been getting IDs. But why are they doing this? You never know. 2027 is already sorted by Ruto. Yeye hako hapo mpaka 2032. The only way to remove him is to ensure that first, your area MP asionekane pale kwa village. Hakuna kitu anafanya. They are the reasons why we are here in space. What they need or they ought to have talked about ndio imetuleta hapa. They are supporting a rogue system, and almost 90% of them are supporting this system. You don't need to see your area MP in your area. Our target should be very ruthless, guys. It is not a joke. We should be very, very ruthless. Many people say, and I hear people saying that, oh, what will the MPs change? What will be the benefit of MPs going home? Wewe. Do you know huyo member of parliament ndiye anafanya Ruto is breathing? When that guy is at home, where is Ruto? Which power does Ruto have without National Assembly? Ni power gani? Because it is the same National Assembly allocating funds for current expenditures, for loans, kila kitu. Ni hiyo government, huyo MP wako. Let us be objective, but let's focus and hit what we need to hit when we plan to hit. Say we are planning of going to Safaricom. It is not a laughing matter. Today, it is the other person. It is a Maverick, or it is Mwangi. Tomorrow, it is me. Kesho kutwa ni wewe. Until ushikwe nao watu, ama utimiwe hizi messages wanatutumia hapa kwa inbox, ndio utajua things are not right. We need to take action, and we need to be very, very decisive in what we are doing. We are not children, and this generation, people have learned what we are informed. We know what we need to do, and we need to be sensitive. We need to be very sensitive. We have a system here. The person sitting on this system is Ruto, is our number one enemy. Where does he feed from? From our members of parliament, from private sectors, Safaricom, Adani. These should be our enemies, number one. So as we move forward, I wish that we meet at Safaricom headquarters in Nairobi on 11th of 11th, 2024 at exactly 8 a.m. na tukue pale tafadhali. Tukisema tukue pale, tusiongee hapa kwa space na tukose kuenda. It always bring a lot. We need to come out and for that day and ensure we do what we can do. That is what will make, even if Safaricom leave this country, we will still be breathing. Safaricom was not there in 90s, na tulizaliwa. Wazazi wetu hawako import spams. Tulizaliwa hapa, na walikuwa bado wana communicate, and everything was running well, na tulikuwa tunapelekwa shule. So there should not be any space for Safaricom. On 11th of 11th, let's come out and ensure we do what we need to do right to Safaricom and teach them some of the best lifetime lessons. I think they have never experienced this, but this time we need to put it the ruthless manner we need to put it. Tuhakikishe tumefika pale. Tuhakikishe your members of parliament are accountable, and if they are not accountable, wasionekane hata kwa village. Tuhakikishe state corporations kama SHA we focus on beyond 11th. And that is how I think we should be able to work moving forward, because there are so many atrocities, but approaching them at once is a big problem. Like now we are talking of Safaricom, tukutane huko. Tukimaliza hiyo, very well, tuhakikishe we are planning to destroy another one. That is when Ruto will be able to listen to people, and power usually belongs to Kenyans, irrespective of how many people they will kill. Thank you so much, Fabish.
Thank you. Yes, we continue soldiering on. 11/11 is real. Revolution is real. And it is the only way out ya kumondoa William Ruto, and he must get out of power. Enough is enough. Safaricom, that is siding with oppressor, we cannot continue doing business with you. You cannot use our money to oppress us. So we continue calling for total boycott of Safaricom products. If you have Safaricom SIM card, katakata tupa. Tell your family members, everyone should change, should switch. And yes, let's embrace these other companies ambao wanafanya transaction. Mtu asiwadanganya ati unajua sababu ya M-Pesa. Kwa nini nafikiri wote tukiama saizi 10 million, 20 million tuamie hizo zingine hazitafanya over hata zaidi ya Safaricom. So wakwende huko kabisa. Nowadays there are a lot of ways of transacting, not like before. So totally boycott Safaricom, because any coin that you put in Safaricom, you are participating in killing someone. That one should resonate very well. Any coin, scratch card, credit ambao unaweka kwa hiyo simu, internet that you buy, you are aiding Safaricom to fund the regime that is killing people. So indirectly, you also, you are participated in killing your fellow Kenyan. So let's do total boycott of Safaricom products.
Fabish.
Yes, sir.
When you talk about that, you remind me about kitambo, kwani tulikuwa tunatuma pesa aje? That's one question we should be asking ourselves. We have used Safaricom mpaka tumezoea ati hatuwezi tuma pesa through bank accounts. These days we can send money, wiring money. The only thing enye watu wako, we are lazy to go to the bank and collect this money. This information inakuwa shared by these people. We can be able to do. Why should we use tulikuwa na U kitambo, tulikuwa na Orange, tulikuwa na Airtel. We used to be having all these communication lines. I went to Malaysia. One thing that I've seen in Malaysia, they can give you buy a SIM card of 1,000. Tuachane kwanza tuna Safaricom sharing our data. Tuangalie tu how Safaricom has been stealing from us. For all of you wale ambao wanatumanga pesa, you've always sent money on a rounded figure. Kama unatuma 1,000, you're sending 1,000, unakatwa 27 shillings. If you've noted vizuri, anytime you send money, unaambiwa, siji you're left with 50 cents or 2,672 cents. Where are those cents going from? This is the first time Safaricom, unajua venye tu the last speaker ametoka kusema, we're being tested kidogo kidogo. Wanakuna hapa wakiona you don't do anything, they kuna hapa you don't do anything. This is exact thing Safaricom has been doing. They steal from us, we don't talk. They steal our monies, we don't talk. They block our information, we don't talk. Then definitely they will be able to bridge this information. Kenyan government and Kenyan courts, they were told to do data protection impact assessment so that we can get to know how are our information being shared, how is our data being breached. Data impact assessment has not been done. Look at Cherargei, sijui ni jana ama ni lini, how he was talking very arrogantly. Kenyans, over 500,000 Kenyans have sent submissions kukata the extension of term limits. What is he saying? Oh, nime receive the public 60% are in support of this And then 40%, this is how we will be played from the start. We need to be occupying all these areas. Safaricom tunafaa tunahama immediately. Hii mambo na mtu akisema sijui nitapata pesa aje. Learn to use Airtel. Sasa zile ukiachwa na dem, you will go under depression, but at the end of the day, you will come back as a grown up. You will now have to reflect. You won't go to the same person who's hurt you. You cannot say, Ati, this is the only way. Let's use cash. Let's use other means. Let's use banks which are able. Let's not say that Safaricom is the only means of communication. Nilikuwa nimalizie hii ya Malaysia. Malaysia, 1,000 shilling, you're getting unlimited data bundles. 1,000 shillings, you're getting unlimited calls. For how long? For 3 months. You're 1,000. When it comes to water, when it comes to fuel yao, they buy at 64 shillings per liter. What is wrong with our Kenyan government? What is wrong with us? Look at the way the president is just brushing things off. Anatuambia by next year we're going to have 20,000 teachers. We've been lied by Alfred Mutua, who's telling us kuna makazi Dubai. Did we vote for this regime to go and look for our job opportunities outside the country? Did we vote for this opportunity so that we can be able, our rights to be diminished? We didn't vote for this government to come and treat us like this. So, no waiting for 2027. It's upon us. And I'd like to say, Fabish na wasee wale ambao you're able. Civic education is very important because yesterday's tweet, tukizungumza kwa space yesterday, there was a lot of let's do revolution, let's not think about civic education. Lakini Fabish, I was reflecting today, but civic education is important because even that president whom we will vote in, the members of the public needs to understand their rights. That is how you can be able to hold someone accountable. Because tutatoa Ruto, hatuna civic education, people are not learned, people don't know the rights of an MP, people don't know their rights as for picketing. Like right now, we don't even know the rights that we have. Tunatritiwa kama Uganda. Actually, Museveni is a mentor to huyu Ruto. And if someone is your mentor and someone is your grantor, definitely you will have to do things venye huyo mtu anataka. And this guy is doing the same thing that Museveni has been doing. When you're going for maandamano, anaikatiza mapema. Wale bigwigs wanashikwa mapema. Na bigwigs wakishikwa mapema, definitely the followers won't have a reason to go for maandamano. So civic education is needed as early as today. I've been doing civic education in these sides of Kibra, but we need to make sure civic education is done on a nationwide way, not only about Ruto, only everyone. The MPs are busy pushing for the bills. Sisi tuko hapa tunakimbizana na Ruto. We have experts who are busy pushing for the lawyers, for Adani deals to go through. Then sisi tunasema, ati unajua sasa this government is confusing us. It's coming with so many bills, coming with so many things that it is confusing us. Damn, we are 50 plus million people. When we look at Public Service Commission, these people are less than 800,000. We are 50 million people up against 800,000. When you look at the Kenyan army, there are only 29,000. The whole of Kenya is on 21,000 people at the Kenyan army. When you look at these police officers, we only have 100,000 police officers. Active one, they are less than 20,000. So let's not lie to ourselves that we cannot do these things. We can do these things. Another thing, yule mtu mwenye ni polisi, he's a brother to someone. Yule mtu mwenye ni polisi, she's a sister to someone. You guys, we've gone to school with these people. We eat with these people. We go to clubs with these people. Our children wengine wanasoma with these people wenye wako kwa ofisi. So it's not like we don't know these people. We know them. So wale watu ambao mnapatana na kina Faruk Kibet, tell them what they're doing is not right. Wale watu ambao mnapatana na kina Ruto, tell him what he's doing is not right. We're not happy about this situation. We cannot be taken as babies, as kids. Tunazungumza vitu serious. Other people are joking with what we are talking about. Mungeona the way Gerard Gay was speaking, and a joke. he's playing around with people's submissions. Over 500,000 zimetumwa submission about this stupid extension of term limit, but them they're just looking at it as any other. And if we don't watch out, my guys, we will be done the same way when the impeachment of Gachagua was done. The impeachment on the ground, all of us, we were like, we don't want this. Kama ni kwenda kufa makanga, kufa dereva. But what happened when Julie Omanga, ama ni Julie alikuwa anafanya nini? When she was speaking, she was saying 64% people agree for the impeachment. Then 28% don't agree. Is it really true? And if it is really true, what are we really doing to make sure that we have 100% people listening to us? The last speakers talked about families. Guys, let's remember pia kuna single families. Let's remember kuna my youth, they don't have a home. They don't have a place to get this knowledge. Let's remember kuna watu, they don't even have a TV. Other people don't even have a bundle to buy and enter into this space. There is a lot of important information being shared here, but there are other people who cannot be able to join this. So we really need Kenyans to come together. Civic education, we need to do civic education. We need to do parallel civic education yenye inafanyika huko nje. Morara is busy taking people's money into their pocket. Na watu wanatuma. Let's use this thing for a good cause. Let's make sure that everyone understands what is the meaning of this revolution. What do we mean by the term Ruto must go? When we say by the term Ruto must go, we don't mean Kalonzo Musyoka aende a hold press release yake huko kando. He was still in the same government before. We don't mean kina sijui Musalia ama kina nani waende wazungumze kando. These are the same people. So when we're talking about Ruto must go, we mean all the systems must be in place. We mean everyone who was a politician and has been seen to be working with William Samoei Ruto, they must go home. Anyone who was employed by the word of Siji Ruto ni mtu wetu, he or she must go home. That is what we mean by the term Ruto must go. So people, when we're speaking here, go and talk to your people, manze. Go and do civic education, a real civic education. Na wale ambao they don't have families, the street children, wale watu ambao hawana simu, Fabish, let's find a way. Let's find out how do we make sure we reach out to this. How do we make sure we reach out to them? How do we make sure they get to understand what we are talking about? This thing has been there and this thing has never stopped. Personally, me, I'm affected directly. My mom was arrested by the Moise era during the Nyayo House torture. Close to all of my family were arrested. Some were killed. So when I speak to a very painful way. Nikiangalia the way people are getting abducted, the way people are getting lost, the way Kenyans tunaanza tu kusema sasa tutafanya nini? Tumeacha this issue na hii kupigana. It looks like ni kama a Mount Kenya thing. It ni kama watu ya Murima ndo wameumia peke yake. Guys, we are getting hurt, all of us. For those who don't know, Finance Bill 2024 is working in East Africa. We might say ilivunjika huku, but enda Unilever, enda Bidco are implementing the Finance Bill 2024. So what are we doing, guys? The courts ndo hiyo isha sema ya 2023 it was okay. Did we go to die for these people? Some of us are hiding. We're always looking at options. How can I switch off my phone? How can I speak venye sitasemwa? But we won't be speaking like this forever. So Kenyans, let's wake up. I expect this tweet. Sahi venye hii ni siku ya 4 ya 5, we are supposed to be having 100+ people, 1,000 people listening to this, so that when we are speaking, we all know that we have numbers, we have people. But definitely, Rome was not built in one day, and definitely we cannot build Kenya in one day. Lakini, let's not say tunangoja siku. Hiyo siku ndio siku gani? Let's not wait until the issues yenye ya Safaricom, leaking of information has been there for long. Were we really waiting up to jana ndio tuanze kusikia Safaricom has been leaking our information? No. Are we really waiting back at the time the judge will say Adani is constitutional so that we go to the streets? No. Are we really waiting mpaka IBC ikose kuformiwa ama Ruto akuje na watu wake so that we say we are not interested with this? These are the things that we need to be asking ourselves. Kuna watoto sahi they've not registered for KC, hata nimeshindwa ndaita aje, lakini let me call it KCPE or KCSE. There are kids who've registered. You've seen them on social media, you've seen them on Citizen TV, on these other TV stations. They are working, they are talking, wanasema sisi tumekuja kufanya exam lakini majina zetu haziko hapo. Who are these people? These are people whom internet imewapata. What about those people wenye hawana access to internet? What about those people wenye hawawezi patikaniwa? We have so many people ambao hawajaenda shule. When we are talking about free education, do we really have a free education? Mi nakumbuka niliposoma during regime ya Kibaki, free education was free. 2005, 2006, 7, it was free. Textbooks were free. The only thing we were paying for ni chakula inaitwa mawele. If the people can relate, we were only paying 300 shillings or 200. And if you were unable, you could speak to the principal, akupatia leeway, you don't pay. So why is it that now school fees ni free lakini we paying too much money? We paying too much money for what? Ndio hiyo sasa tunaambiwa how PPP, I don't even know what is the name of that, how important it is. Ruto is telling us, I am not a madman when I tell you we are not selling our airport. But on the other hand, tena he's there cleansing. He's there talking good about how Adani is. We have our old guy Raila Amolo Odinga, he's been doing nothing. Yeye amekuja tu kuangalia efforts zake, yeye amekuja tu kuangalia what do I benefit, how do I gain ground, how do I manipulate these people. So tuna change fikra za hawa watu waje. Those people who are saying baba baba baba, we might say we want revolution, but we have so many people who have to be talked to. We have so many people, they have to be told the reason as to why we are doing this. This member of parliament mwenye alikuja na motion ya impeaching deputy president, when you look at his audit report, yeah, where he comes from, I don't know, huko karibu na Sultan Hamud, Kibwezi, sijui ni Kibwezi West. Go and look at his audit report. There is Wizi, their audit report of 2022-2023, when he's still his first term. Kuna pesa zimeibwa hapo. And then he keeps on talking about we are impeaching Gachagua because he's tribalist, he's been corrupt, blah blah blah. But wait, let's go back and look at his documentation. He's not clean. He's already bought an helicopter. Helicopter in a cost how much? This is someone wenye tunasema ni our leaders. So Fabish, let's find ways. Let's find out how we can be able to impact knowledge to the people who are online, but let's also find a way we can have a force to the ground, because tusiseme tu ati ongelesha ndugu yako, ongelesha mama yako, ongelesha babu yako. That will not work, because we've done that before, and you guys can recall during maisha namba ama huduma namba, people registered. Civil servants waliforce watoto wao kuregister. Civil servants were told, if you don't register for huduma number, we are not going to give you job opportunities. People were being threatened away. So this is the same thing. Civil servants ndo wana rule huku nje. Watakuja tuseme tunaongeleshana nyumbani, mama atakwambia wewe ndo unalipa chakula, baba atakwambia wewe ndo unalipa school fees. So these things, we need to bring them outside. We need to bring them outside so that we talk about it. And we have to know, Kenyans tuko peke yetu. We don't have anybody, and anyone that you will see coming out will come out to speak from the opportunities that are there. No one will come to speak for the benefit of Kenyans. No politicians will come and speak for the benefit of Kenya. All the politicians are going to speak based on what do they have in pockets. Now, lastly, as I rest my case, politics has been always about money. tukiangalia these people who are voting, we have all known. Mtu unaenda unamwambia jamani, usipige kura huku, usiende ukafanya hivi. Mtu anakuambia sasa, ndugu yangu, nisipofanya hivi nitakula nini? Let's remove that idea to our people. What have you guys been eating for the last 4 years that only this 1 year ndio unaanza kujiuliza ati nitakula nini? Let's do civic education from the day president, MCA, MP, senator gets into power. See that we always do civic education after 3 months, 1 year to elections. We will never be able to get these people because they use money. They use money. So tukatae pesa za hawa watu, tukatae pesa za politicians, and let's not give them platforms for them to come and lie to us more. I rest my case.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, important sasa ni kuwa even as we go doing civic education, but now it's time to mobilize. Yes, vile umesema kuwa hata tukitoa hii regime Wakenya wanafaa wale ambao tutachagua, lakini tukitoa hii regime through revolution, hii imekuwa education that will go down in history, na watu watakuwa wamejua kwamba kumbe wako na power. Kwa hivyo hata ule mwenye tutamchagua atakuwa anajua kuwa yes, it doesn't mean kwamba sababu nimeingia ofisini ati ndio nimefika. Unaweza kufika ofisini na bado hata safari hujaanza. So hiyo what we are going to do in this country, we are going to make history ambayo itaandikwa kwa mashule, ita last kwa miaka mingi. People will understand
Fabish,
the power of the people.
nikukate tu kidogo. Remember, we got our independence through fighting. And this independence, no one is seeing it as our bloods were shed. So we have to make sure hii revolution change, but we do civic education. Ndo hata yule anaingia kijaribu kuwa na chembe ya corruption, we are at their neck.
Yeah, tukishatoa kwa revolution, ule mwenye ataingia sahi, unajua sasa toka tupate independence, wale mapresidents wamekuwa wanakuja, they do as they wish. We had the colonial constitution, hata hii tumepata new constitution, lakini bado wako na chembe ya hiyo colonial constitution, that they think they will be in power, na hakuna kitu mnaweza kufanya. Wanafikiri bado wana daydream kwamba they have the absolute powers. So saizi they are going to learn, because mambo inaenda kushift. Total shutdown 11/11/2024. Yes, let's continue educating each other. Tuendelee tu na civic education. Huwa ni hivyo, tunatumia peers, they pass information, those who are our friends, the groups that we inject, but let's also be objective. Sio tu kwamba kila kitu inahitaji civic education. Kuna watu ambao hata ukiwaambia vitu zingine unawachanganya tu, lakini there are those critical areas, like people have to understand, kama hii mambo ya Bill Gates kuja kubadilisha mambo ya mbegu nini. Lakini ile kitu ambayo imefika saizi, kusema ukweli, Wakenya wengi wako na information. The killings, abduction ambayo imekuwa ikifanyika, that itself is enough for awakening, because people know that it is not normal for government people to be killed, people to lose lives, young, old, women, for the first time in history now that Kenya now we are talking, even thinking of now we want to elevate femicide to a national crisis. It is happening under this regime for the first time that we are seeing femicide to this magnitude. We don't know what is happening. Why all of a sudden people are turning against our women, and the government cannot protect our women? What type of government do we have? Why do they want to alienate our women in society? Young women who are still productive, why are they being targeted? Because you cannot tell me that it is normal And you cannot tell me it is just happening from nowhere. These are the questions and kind of civic education that we need to tell people. Government are quiet. Wamenyamaza. Femicide si kitu ya mchezo. This is something that is very serious. And when they are keeping quiet, they are not coming to respond. That means they have agenda that they are pushing about this femicide. I stand against femicide. I love women. I was born by one.
Yes.
I have a sister, I have a daughter. And they should be protected not to be killed.
At all cost.
At all cost. So if this is not even enough reason why we should come and revolt, when you alienate women in our society, unataka tuishi society gani without our women? What is your intention? Ama unataka kutupunguza population by alienating women? What is your intention? Mbona wananyamaza kama wajui? Why they not come out clearly and tell us what is happening?
Babish, tuko na Calvin hapa. Calvin.
Yes. Huh? So, zipi vitu ambazo zinafanyika hapa ni vitu za maajabu. For the first time in our history, ambao tunaona femicide of this magnitude. Hii peke yake mimi inanipatia reason. Hii peke yake ya femicide inanipatia reason ya kuja kukaa kwa street. I love my mom, I love my grandmom, I love my daughter. And I want to, I feel, when I see a woman being killed, I feel like I'm seeing the face of my mom or my grandma or my daughter. This one alone is enough reason kwamba naweza amua kukaa kwa street nipige kambi kabisa hapo. Hatujawahi kuona hivi. Tumekuwa kwa serikali. Yes, kumekuwa na crimes ndogo hapa na pale. But hatujawahi kuona when women are targeted. And the government is not talking anything. That means they're supporting it. Yes, Calvin. Calvin? Okay. Calvin, I think you have a network issue. Malia? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I've just seen something here from Deputy Inspector General of Police, Mr. Eliud Lagat, who has confirmed that at least 97 women have been killed in the last 3 months. He's saying that the DCI has downplayed the trend, insisting that the crime wave is not gender targeted. So 97 women in 3 months. So I'm at 90. See, there are 30 days in a month.
Yeah, that means every day you kill a woman.
Exactly. So kama kuna 30 days in a month, ukigawa hiyo 90, it's 97 but tuseme 90. So every single day kuna mwanamke mwenye anauliwa.
Kuna mwanamke, yes, mwenye ameuawa.
I was listening to this lady who is an nominated MCA whose daughter was killed. Her daughter is called Seth Nyakio. She was doing a diploma in media studies. So this lady, she was saying the experience she had in the hands of the police. The daughter left the house, was called by a female friend, and she told her they're going swimming, and they went to some hotel in Thika, and she even sent the mother photos that she's swimming. So this girl who called her, the house where the lady was found murdered is the house, it belongs to that lady who called her. And the police, how they were handling the case, they were not giving any priority to the mother when the mother was trying to find out if they have at least gotten if they have arrested the lady who was the last person to contact her. And the next day, again, she came to check on the progress of the case, and she found the lady, the last person who had seen her, laughing with the police officers who were there. From there, she went to the mortuary, and she had already said that this is her daughter, and they told her, I mean, the tag which was on the body is unknown. So you can see the type of laxity which our police is handling. And then on top of that, they told her that they have a lot of homicide cases, even not femicide, just death in any murder cases, which are pending murder cases. And if you remember the other lady who was chopped into pieces, called Rita Waeni, that lady, there is a clear CCTV of the man who was the last person to contact her and be seen with her. The police only had a video of the man going inside the supermarket to go and pick the keys for the B&B, which he paid for in cash. The police, after asking for information leading to his arrest and whatnot, they completely forgot about that case. Then, some months later, Cyprian Nyakundi brought the case and brought a CCTV video which was showing now that last person to be seen with Waeni walking with her. And I was like, after Cyprian Nyakundi had posted that video, then DCI also posted the same video on their page, asking for any leads. So my question was, how is it that the police only had the video of the guy going to the supermarket to go and pick the key, meaning that they never even investigated? Because the way I would think police is supposed to do their work is that if somebody was around an area, you'll go and walk around the area and see who in that area has CCTV, and can we get the CCTV from anybody around that area? Let's get it from them and try to see whether we can get some information. But apparently the matter was just left. It was just left. So in this country, basically, this MCA, she was shocked, a nominated MCA, because she was like, oh my God, I'm a leader in this country, and this is the way I'm getting treated. What happens to the regular Raya? She was very shocked. And the way they just dismissed her, like, Kwani, is it the first person to die? We have so many pending cases here. Our police, their work is collecting bribes. Their work is lending out to uniforms, hiring out, leasing their uniform, their guns. There was a documentary by Alan Namo, which was talking to gangsters, and one of them told him point blank, these people, they hire us the guns and they hire us the bullets. He showed him the gun, which he had was a pistol. It was clearly written. It's only that the serial number had to be hidden because of tracing, but it was clearly written KP for Kenya Police. So Kenya Police is, the work which they are doing is not investigating murder, is not resolving, is not providing protection, it's not resolving any murder case or any other injustice which has been done. Their work is collecting bribes, looking how they can enrich themselves. Transparency International has said that the Kenya Police is the most corrupt institution in the country. In fact, in the region. So now these are the people who, what has happened, by the way, in Kenya, people have gotten to a point where they've realized that the system is broken. So me, if I'm a criminal, I know that this system can't catch me. And then I also know that if this system catches me, I can bribe my way. I can bribe my way.
Malia, because I'm trying to get your point. So are you saying the femicide going on is due to laxity of the police, or do you think there is involvement intentionally from the regime? Because if it is the laxity of the police, then why women? Why are we? And who are these people targeting women? Because these are the questions that we need to know. When we talk of laxity of police, yes, there have been laxity. No, they did not start today. Our police being corrupt and having the laxity, but now, why are women targeted now in our country? What is bringing these cases of femicide?
Okay, as per my assessment, they have seen is that, you know, when the justice system deteriorates, it's also encouraging criminal elements to do whatever they want to do, because they know, like now, that case of Rita Waeni, let's just imagine it happened in another country. That is a very serious issue which would have been taken very, very seriously, because somebody who can do that kind of act, for whatever reason, we were trying to, it was being associated with the money rituals, because it happens, a similar kind of thing happens in Nigeria, where they get a woman, then they chop off her head, use it for rituals and whatnot. And
so you think that it has nothing to do with the maybe government, it is only criminals that they are doing it?
No, you see, everything comes from the government. If, first of all, we have open visa in Kenya, and it's been, because of our system is corruptible, it's brought so many criminal elements, first of all, into the country. Then number two, you see, if you want to commit a crime, there is something like deterrent, whereby, you know, okay, like for example, let me use the example of Kasarani police station. If you look at there's a trend which had been going on in Kasarani police station, whereby people, okay, usually women, but there was also one man at one time, I think he was called Jeff Kuria or something. He was thrown off. People are thrown off a building so that it looks like a suicide, but in actual fact, they were murdered. But you murder somebody, then you throw them off the balcony of a tall building and say that they committed suicide. Those cases are full in Kasarani police station. So many of them, okay, majority is women, but there was one guy, if you can remember the story of DJ Fatso. So the thing is, okay, women, I think, are an easier target because of maybe they are not physically stronger or something like that, or maybe you can deceive them fast. But you see, my whole point behind this thing is this: if you have a government which is corrupt, if you have a police service or DCIO who kazi yao ni kutafuta marupurupu, they are not concerned with keeping law and order or even resolving some of these things, what happens is that people feel more free to commit these crimes, because they know, I'll bribe my way, I'll go and bribe the DCIO, and then he'll say this was a suicide. Or I will just bribe, and then there'll be no evidence, or we go around in circles until I get off. So people know that, you know, the moment when you know that this thing, these consequences, it will stop you. But now it has become a banana republic. You can do, if at all, that case of wine in a normal country, would they be very comfortable with somebody of that caliber being free in the society? Like, you know that there's this kind of person who is somewhere in Nairobi or wherever in the country, and you are very comfortable. You don't even go and check among the people who are in that environs who has a video which can help. That one shows you hakuna investigations zilifanywa. It's like it was just because she's not coming from a big family.
Yeah. Malia, so kindly, as you summarize, so according to you think it is general crime that is rising, it has nothing to do with femicide?
Okay, of course, crime, because of the economy is also very poor right now. So there's also a lot of frustration and all that. But yeah. So what I'm saying, So what I'm saying is that okay, women are somehow an easier target, because you see, like that one who went to chop the lady. If at all he was going to chop a man, it could have, been hard even for him to convince him that they go to the maybe that guy told the lady that this is my house, so they went there and she was given them the drink which was medicated, and then after that he started chopping her into pieces. But yani, people know, foreigners and local criminals, they know that we are not working with a
in short, you are I think you are saying, you are just justifying what the DCI has said. He just downplayed about the femicide. He say is actually criminal activity that is rising up. I think when you enter, that is actually what you are also saying, that it is crime. It is not. So all your thoughts there. Let me hear from Josephine. Josephine, do you think it is femicide or it is general criminal happening in our country? Josephine.
Yes, Fabish.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. We are still fighting on the streets.
You are not in the streets, you are in the space.
Yeah, we are fighting for the streets. We are in the space, but our brains and our minds are on this. We are on the space, but our brains and our minds are on the streets.
That's good. Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, as per your timelines. I salute you all, guys, for taking this opportunity to be here, to listen, and also to give your opinion and your ideas on how best we can manage our country. However, I'm calling upon all of us to join the doctors and the health workers and the civil servants as to, on first, people occupy Milimani Court for shift share to be done away with, because shift share is a white elephant. So I'm calling upon each and every person. Remember, it's not about the health workers. It's about everybody who is the citizen of this nation, because you cannot expect you go to the hospital and get attended to a doctor or a nurse or a health personnel who doesn't have a medical cover for themselves to be treated in case they are sick, or who cannot afford to be treated. Remember, health workers also fall sick, doctors get sick, and all of us, we get sick. That's the truth. And when I am sick, I cannot treat myself. I need somebody to treat me. And for that reason, I have to pay. So I'm calling upon everyone. We join the doctors on first as we occupy Milimani Court for shift share to be brought to an end. Kindly, let's stand out. Let's make sure there are no more deaths in our country. Lack of good health.
When you ski, labda I would drop alafu kuje. Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
So thank you so much for that. On the issue of, I want also to speak about the issue of civic education. Let me be honest with you. Sometimes I hear guys talk and I'm like, we are losing it. Because kuna watu ambao wako na mentality, we are educated, we are over knowledgeable, we cannot be advised, we cannot be told. Yet we are here ready to go and fight. Whom are you fighting now? Because when you are fighting yourself, you cannot pretend you are going to war, but you are fighting against the other soldiers, telling one you are lazy, telling the other one you don't know how to hold the gun, telling the other one you don't know this and you don't know the other, and you pretend you are going for war. Fellow Kenyans, we are lying to ourselves. We are lying to ourselves. And I will never stop telling people the truth. Call a spade, not a big spoon. Let's stop pretending we are educated. Can we acknowledge for once we have education, but we have also inborn wisdom, which is supposed to govern and overrule even the education, because education without wisdom is useless. Let's not lie to each other. Because you cannot just go throwing stones to the barking dogs all over in the streets, thinking that you are going, you'll get to wherever you are going. We cannot get to wherever we are going, fellow Kenyans. Can we stop the evil? If we are fighting the government, which is there, which if we feel it's not for us, which we feel it's intimidating us and mistreating us, which we feel the president has violated the constitution, which he has sworn to protect. Can we join hands with each and everybody in the country who is fighting the same battle, rather than turning left, right, center to see who is around you and giving you ultimatums for nothing where you have nothing? Fellow Kenyans, can we wake up and know the truth about what we are supposed to be doing? Each and every one of us, we need to be having a perspective to know where are we going, what do we want, and who is on our side. Anyone who is not against us is for us. And we cannot be the people who are going against others, saying this is not for us, we don't need them. Yet you have nothing, and here we are in a field of battle. We are going to lose it early in the morning. And for that reason, I kindly call every one of us. We saw search, and we search in our minds before even you get to the space. Because if some of the information we are speaking here in the space is the information we are giving a civic education in the streets, then we are destroying ourselves with our own hands. Can you give an education whereby you make sure anybody who is not against us is for us? Can we stand and forget that there is any other person who is senior? We are all suffering the same fate. You being an ex-politician, being a senior politician, being a young politician, and if being in the government and being outside the government, there are those in the government, they are suffering their own fate, and that's why they are doing what they want. We have all those who are outside the government, who are complaining, who are going out there fighting for justice and for our country. Those are the people we should stand with them, regardless what we think they are, without blinding them, without actually bad-mouthing them for whatever reasons. You people doesn't fall into muddy and remain in the muddy. Sometimes they wake up and they clean up themselves and get going. Can we focus, fellow Kenyans? Can we focus? Can we have better things that can bring merit and bring change without fighting ourselves? Otherwise, I'm starting to think there are people in the space who are coming here actually to champion the fight against us in between, yet they are being used to come and destroy whatever we are trying to plan. We have to be also very keen on that and very key, kindly fellow Kenyans. Now, when it comes to the deaths and the killings of women, it's very, very sad. And I'm saying again and again, if the president cannot say anything about the deaths in the country, then we are as good as a nation without a president. Reason being, he has sworn to protect us. He has sworn to make sure that we are all safe in this nation. He has sworn to ensure that we have good health. He has sworn to ensure that we are well protected and democracy is well articulated in the nation. He has sworn to ensure that any queries the Kenyans are going to raise, they shall be attended unto with integrity and without humiliation and intimidation. He has sworn to protect us against the corrupt police who are collecting money day in, day out. He has sworn to adhere to the court orders, but he has failed to do all these things. Instead of doing what he has sworn to do, he's doing the opposite. So, fellow Kenyans, what I'm saying is this: Ruto must go. It doesn't matter when and how. But for me, I believe, I know, I am sure he is going. And there are no two ways about it. He can kill whoever he thinks he wants to kill, but the truth is, he is going and going for life. And even heavens and the hell shall never forgive him for the death he has caused in this nation, for the innocent Kenyans who have been killed, the women who have been killed, the young people who have been killed. Even the heavens and the hell shall never forgive him for that. Let me be honest. We cannot just continue living in a situation whereby somebody who entered into power purporting to be a Christian and has decided to keep on actually watch people get killed by his own people and remain silent. He doesn't take responsibility. He doesn't condone with the Kenyans. He doesn't say anything. He is just busy impeaching Gachagua. That does not help us. I don't know the impeachment of Gachagua, how it helps me as a citizen of this country. I don't know why I do not have a medical cover, why I should even be thinking that I have a president. I don't have one, honestly. When I don't have good health, I don't want to have a president. Why should a citizen of Kenya who is employed be the one to pay medical cover for the ones who are not employed, or the government is supposed to take care of them? It's not me who is employed to work for the government who swore to take care of the Kenyans. It's the president
Josephine,
who swore to do that.
Josephine, yeah.
Yes.
As you learned, please kindly. Now we are talking of 11-11 because we have talked a lot in many spaces. Now we need action. We need now, just the way Medix, you are calling us on that day to be at Milimani. Now we want to call for a total shutdown because the thing that you are saying, if president don't speak about the killings did not start today. Since Ruto took over the mantle, we have had, I think, reach even 20,000 killings, and it's not uttering even one word. Now we have, because I don't want to believe anyone that will tell me that what is happening is not femicide. There is a target against the women. You as women, you need to come up in arms. I want to commend FIDA. Today they came out very strongly and pronounce that what is happening is femicide. You cannot tell me that in 3 months, 97 women are killed, including even young girls. This is a target against gender, and the government is quiet about it. There is a way that they want to alienate one gender in this society. They are targeting women and young girls. We see even what happened in Isili when they target, those women and young girls. We have seen the bodies that were retrieved in Kware. Nearly all of them were women. And yet they purport that they already have the suspect. Only the suspect to be released later. And everyone is quiet. No one is talking about it. And the police, you are telling me that the DCI we have, the NIS, all these agencies could not be able to track the person that ran away in a lawful custody? Was it just because they are women? So let us address this issue, because when you want to kill a society, you start by women, because women are always the pillar of a society. And what is happening now, when you attack women in the society, you are weakening the system of that society. So please, Josephine and any other ladies that you are here, these are the things that should not be just swept under the carpet.
Fabish, what I am saying is that if you saw my tweet yesterday and the day before yesterday, I said I am not stupid, and we are not stupid. The DCI cannot be just seated there telling us they are calling upon us to give them information on where that the victim of the murder can be arrested. Yet they are not able to actually produce the people who have already been abducted. Why are they asking us to do such a thing? Yet it's their responsibility to do that. Where were they when he ran away? Let's stop playing others Kenyans stupid. We are not stupid, and we can see what is happening, and we are going to stand out. We are going to speak out, and we are going to speak it out very tall. We are not going to sit down and keep quiet. And I think it's the beginning. It's the beginning of the genesis of everything right now. Whatever Ruto has just decided to do, let him do it. But we are coming, and we are coming with no fear of contradiction. And regardless, whatever powers he thinks is using, he shall step down. He must go. He has refused to take responsibility. He must go. So we don't have any much time left for Ruto. We have been killed enough. Our brothers have been killed enough. Our sisters have been killed enough. Our mothers have been killed enough. And we cannot continue like this. And wherever he is, wherever he's listening from, wherever his people are putting on his cameras to hear, let him hear that. This is what we are saying. We have enough is enough. And he has decided to betray Kenyans by actually sacrificing us. That's what he has been doing. and we cannot take this any longer. Fellow Kenyans, let's remain focused. Let's stop throwing stones to the dogs who are backing the sides of the road. Let's keep our focus. Otherwise, we want to win the race. If we start looking in the left to right, and throwing stones to the dogs which are barking in the streets. Let's keep focused. Let's keep going. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. May God bless our nation. May peace prevail in our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. And 11/11, 20 shutdown, boycott Safaricom, occupy Safaricom countrywide. Safaricom.
Fabian, there's something I've just forgotten. We have not yet found AOCO, and I can see people are just quiet and they are shooting at a very slow mode. What is happening? I suggested yesterday we would give the government an ultimatum of 24 hours to produce AOCO. Otherwise, we go to the streets. 11/11 is too far. We need to know where AOCO is, please. Can we do something? Can we continue tweeting? And actually, we create a message and give an ultimatum.
Josephine, do you know how many tweets of AOCO now? Do you have the figure? You
don't have the figure, but I can see now the trend is so low.
Now we are at 460 million tweets of AOCO as today, 5 o'clock. Maybe by tomorrow morning, maybe we will have 700 million. So I don't think that is a slow pace. That is one of the biggest tweets that we have ever done in this country. So, let's go to the new speaker, Lyson. I see. Okay, Lyson, kindly request again the mic. Yeah, Lyson, go ahead. And as Lyson is coming in, please, Josephine, as you are vocal, let us not normalize the killing of women. This is femicide that we should call it out. We should address it, and women are supposed to be protected. This is a femicide. We should not just let it slide away and they are saying it's a general crime. I cannot believe that it's a general crime. What is happening is femicide in our country that it must be stopped. Yeah, go ahead, Lyson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My deepest and saddest condolences to our foreign heroes, including those who have been maimed, tortured, butchered, abducted. We salute you all and promise that your blood will never go to waste. You join the league of our great-grandfathers and grandfathers who fought for the liberty of this country. They gave us the flag, which has our color, black, white for peace, and red for the blood they shed, and green for prosperity, and the earth that we till, the land that we till. That cannot be forgotten. I'm here just to react to a few things. Number one, I want to salute you, Fabish, for running these spaces, and they're gaining momentum. Those who can join and can be able to accommodate the more difficult conversation can be here. Those who think it is just a waste of time, they can go to more romantic spaces and continue chanting those theoretical matters that are happening in those areas. We are here because people have lost their lives. We are here because people are being abducted from their houses. We are here because there are bodies that are dissolving in Kware because the police have condoned. We are here because the police have said they are not the ones abducting. We are here because the DCI has not admitted that they are doing any killings or any abductions. We are here because the president has never given an official position or a statement about the killings, the abductions. Okay, we are here because the people who sometimes are held incommunicado are dumped and left in crazy areas, and all it's pointing to involvement of state agents. We are not here because we want to just argue and run from one space to another one with information from here to another one. We are here because we are very, very deliberate of thinking on how to komboa nchi yetu. Tuko hapa juu tunataka kufikiria jinsi ya komboa nchi yetu because imetekwa nyara na manyapara wapya wanasiasa, waongo, wanafika. Na tunakuja hapa kuongea mambo haya kwa sababu ni muhimu tuyajadili kabla we go out of way. Na mimi I've said before, hatuhitaji ati watu milioni 5 kutoa Ruto. We need the right thinking people to work with the right thinking Kenyans to know which things we need to trigger. Kama ni Safaricom, let's occupy from 11:11 and destabilize countrywide. And also tuhame hizo malines. Kama ni kuna hiyo kesi ambayo iko kotini ya Adani tarehe 11, wenye wanaweza kufika kotini with white handkerchiefs wakitaka peace, ama just appearing and storming the court and being full and listening, please do it. Those of us who know an MCA who from nowhere has been giving his relatives jobs in your locality, Moyale, Wajia, or Mandera, or Mlamu, or Kikuyuni, or Kisumu, destabilize that MCA, destabilize the MPs, salamia familia zao. Let it take this war to their children, to their families. Let them know that their fathers are thieves. When you have evidence, because you live with them. Ukiwa hapo Nairobi unajua MCA gani anasumbua watu, nani ana hire goons. You are young people. We are all know have information one way or the others. Pornographic things they are doing, take pictures, put them up here. Use technology, let's fight them. Weka picha zao hapa, wasichana wanakuwa abducted, wanakuwa raped, and you have that information about your friends who have been happened. Hide their identity, give us the facts. Yeah, hawa watu mnawapata huko kwa mabao wanakunywa wakifanya upuzi na pesa zetu. Take silently pictures, put them here in spaces. We have to combine all weapons available to us to bring this regime down. We must start touching where it hurts most. I know there's a lot of people coming here, Fabish, to try and dissuade you from this conversation. Let them continue doing it, but we shall not give them space here. Let them go to other spaces. Those who are here also listening for behalf of the regime, we salute you. Please take to them that information. We have been to Weston several times. We are surveying how we can occupy and take lunch. We must take this war to their people, to the people who are benefiting from this regime. Stealing, driving big cars, we know them. And you know them. Let's try to take this conversation to the people who are looting and taking us as slaves. Those who are not suffering and they are happy, please continue enjoying your comfort. Those who are comfortable to pay privately their hospital bills and they have enough money to take care of the entire family, they don't need SHA, they don't need NHIF, please keep quiet and relax. Don't complain. Let those who are heeding to the call to join the movement, because those who are being pressed are feeling the pressure. So Fabish, you're doing a good job. Mine is just to salute those who believe in the movement. We are not here to preach any violence against anybody. The issue is we must defend yourself. Don't go to the streets without a plan of how to defend yourself. If you're not ready, keep off. You can do chatting on Facebook. You can do those things. You can tweet 1 million tweets per day. Is also good because we are doing very well also information warfare. The only warriors in that war is China and Russia and of course America to some extent. That is why you can see all these CIA people are here to try and help the failing regime, of which also even them they know he's doing serious violation of human rights and international is not looking good. So even those who are doing tweeting, we salute you. Please do it. And at the right time when you feel you need the pressure to join the streets, you will do it. So we are not looking for a uniform formula for everybody that tomorrow you want to go and occupy Uhuru Park. We have seen it's not working. Occupy everywhere you can. You may be 10 of you, but you can close Thika Road in the wee hour of the night, and then tomorrow morning it can be another mess. Please, comrades, don't lose a fight. This regime is gone. Gods have conspired. They are mad. They are confused. They are killers. That's why they're trying to sell fear. Fear is the last resort because they know that's the only defense they can hang on, but not for too long. We shall be more radical. We shall work harder to make sure that our children cannot be killed in the streets of Nairobi and their children are having peace in this town. Thank you very much, Fabi.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you are right. I've realized that this space have attracted maybe attention, and that is why a lot of agents are sent here to come and dissuade, distract, divert the attention. But I just have one message. We are very conscious. We know when you speak, from your tone, we can tell where you come from. That one I can tell you for sure. And that is why, if you are looking for somewhere to distract, the way you have managed to pull down other spaces, including big wigs, it is not here. It is not here. We are not here to create a content. We are not here to look for huge following. We are not here to look for sympathy. We are not here to look to be famous, but we are here to do what is right, to stand for our country and to see how we can better our country. We are here to call out the evils, the atrocities that are being done by the regime. Any evil that regime is doing, we will call it out. What is happening now, for the first time in our history, where our country is witnessing femicide rising at the higher level. Women, including even young girls, being killed, abducted, and killed. They have not done anything wrong. The only mistake is that they are women. This should not be happening in any advanced society. We have to call this one out. Women have to be protected at all cost. Even what is happening to Maverick Aoko, a young lady who is not armed, our only mistake is by calling out the immorality of those people in the government. That is our only crime. You went armed, abduct her, and now wherever she is, maybe you are torturing her. Is this how we are saying we are going to respect women? Are you doing this to silence the voice of women? We cannot live in a society where women are not safe, where women are oppressed. That one cannot happen in a society. So we will continue talking. 11/11, it is a total shutdown. And currently, going forward, boycott Safaricom, all Safaricom products. They cannot use our money and feed to our oppressor. Any coin that you use in Safaricom, you are aiding someone to be kidnapped, you are aiding someone to be killed. So please, don't allow yourself to be indirect killer, a murderer, by supporting Safaricom. Yeah, I see a new speaker, Tabo Aura. Aura. Tabo Aura, you just requested the mic. If you can hear me, kindly open the mic and proceed. Yeah, and ladies who are here, kindly request the mic. Come and amplify the voices. You need to be protected. Ladies who are here, kina hashtag, kujeni muongee. We need women to be respected and protected. I see, Binyabera, come and condemn the atrocities that is happening against women. Yes, Malia, go ahead.
Country is like conditions which are in a war zone. You know, in war zone is where you see women and children are so vulnerable, and actually the armed, the militia or the armies, they normally target women and children. So in Kenya, it has gotten to a situation whereby there's no, basically, number one, there's no security. You can't really say there's any security. Who has security in Kenya? There's nobody. You don't know from one day. The same problems that you're talking about, people being abducted. There is no safety for anyone, by the way. Yeah. And when we are having a country which is so-called having a government, and we are having women being murdered at the rate of one woman a day, a woman every day, a woman is murdered. Every day there's a woman who's been murdered. And there's no, like FIDA and even women senators, they've said now, either can you give us a gender, can you give us a special docket and a Ministry of Interior or Internal Security, because it's very alarming. Those are the conditions which you'd expect in a war zone, in a place without a government. That's when you could expect that women will just be killed every day. A woman is being killed. That's not a normal, that's like a failed state. Those are the kind of things that happen in places like DRC, which is considered a failed state. So the way things are going in this country, Ruto has decided that he's going to allow this country to just go to the dogs, the health system not to work, the education system not to work. So the whole country comes to, women are being killed wantonly, including children, girls, so the whole country is just going to go to the dogs for him and his people to benefit, because when you see the most vulnerable people in a society are being killed at that rate, that can tell you in and of itself what that means. And the fact that even no action is being taken, there's no action. Why should you wait for women leaders, women associations like FIDA to come out and tell you? You have a Ministry of Interior, you have a Ministry of Security and all that, even a Ministry of Youth. Why is it that you have to wait for FIDA to come out and tell you that this is a problem? This is not normal. This is a problem. This is catastrophic. Because you can imagine if we are to go on like this up to the end of the year, how many women will have died? Every single day, a woman. Every single day, 365 days. It's as if we are in a war zone, And it's given a deaf ear. The way he's giving a deaf ear to everything. He doesn't. I saw there was a case which was even forged, that somebody got treatment from SHA, or is it Chief, of 500,000, and it was a lie. It was a made up thing. So he now wants our old people to be dying because now they cannot afford a treatment. Our people who have chronic illnesses to be dying like flies. The human life has now lost meaning in this country. Even a criminal who is coming in this country, they feel very okay. They feel very, and then we come and turn around the story about the girl, that this girl, she was meeting men for sex, or she ate a man's money for his wife, she has been killed, trivializing the issue. As the lady, the MCA mother said, that she can't imagine how the police is treating her, and she's a leader. What about other people who have been they have lost their daughter or their kin? So basically, this country, it's like the rest of us. 54 million of us don't matter. People who matter are Ruto and his inside clique, and they're ready to throw away the whole country so long as mambo yao iende vizuri. Them, that is the only issue. Let their things, everything of theirs work, and they make sure that they actually milk the population and then bring for you, but they have started also agreeing with you that could be this issue of the women dying. It's there also to divert our attention from what he is doing, because he's also another one who is very good in diversionary tactics. So when you are concentrating with this one behind the scenes, he's stealing, I don't know what. The way he passed the bill for is it housing ama which one, when we were busy with Gashagwa, akapitisha, hata deductions zilishaanza. you know. So we cannot continue to live as if we don't have a government in this country. We cannot continue to live like we're in a failed state. And we are a government which has security forces. It has a full government who is earning a lot of money. And they don't see anything wrong with women dying, a woman dying every day. What is that? Is that insanity? You know? And then now the people who perpetrate these things, ukiona it's trivialized, it gives you more courage. It gives you courage. Yeah, these people, I know, last month alone, 30 women have died. So what's the big deal if I kill my wife or if I kill my girlfriend or my ex-girlfriend? You see? So we cannot continue like that. A society, there's no society which can work under the conditions which William Ruto has
Malia,
put.
what you are saying about trivializing the issue. You remember when they kill and dump those bodies in Kware, and the police kuja kutuletea ati sijui suspect, sijui and women panties, and sijui women bras, you know, that itself was what I can call an insult to the society and even to women. What was the motive of a DCI kwamba tunaongea mambo ya cruel murder kama hiyo, and then you are coming to parade women panties and bras? What was that even supposed to, you know, what was the meaning of that if not trivializing the issue? And that is why that thing was downplayed. It was not given any seriousness of investigation. Hata ile drama kuja kutuambiwa ati suspect ametolewa, you know, ati suspect amekimbia kwa police custody, mtu ameua watu 40, watu 50, watu 60, alafu nakuja tu kutuambia ati ametoweka. Tushaona mtu ameshikwa na bangi msokoto moja, analindwa kama ambao ni mtu ambao ameua the whole country, alafu naambia mtu ameua watu 40. So that's why I'm telling you, we cannot say that government ati inachukulia tu kama there, you know, there is something that to me it look like very intentional. Very intentional. Because if they were serious, how would they let someone free, mtu ambao mili 40 zimepatikana, and all were women, and then they come and stage a scene, a kind of script, a play, and then now they are quiet. They are not even addressing that issue again. They are not even giving update again.
You know, this is the habit which they have of gaslighting Kenyans. Our police have become a master of, just like the regime which is there. They just treat us like the gaslighting us. You even, it gets to a point you even start questioning your sanity. Because some things, like now when they brought those panties, and they were even new panties, they were not even old panties, new ones, which were probably bought from somewhere. And then now they were put there, this is the evidence that we are having. So can you explain to us that 40 women disappeared from around the same area, and you had no clue? And it was just 100 meters from the police station where the bodies were being dumped. That's why I'm telling you, are we really a country in this country? This is like a failed state. What's the difference between us and Nakina DRC, which is being nenid by militia? Because here it's like everyone for themselves. It's like, you know, a country which doesn't have a government, you know, like DRC and these other countries, Libya. That's how they live. You kill somebody, you throw the body there, move on. We move on. Like that. Forget about it. And we caught the guy. Even when they're taking, have you ever seen when a prisoner is being taken to hospital? They are usually guarded. First of all, they never remove handcuff, and then they're usually guarded by 2 or 3 askaris, one of them who is armed with even a pistol or something. And then now you're coming to tell us that somebody escaped with some Ethiopians. Through where? And then you come and tell us, I don't know, you sacked the OCS. Now, you are telling us you sacked the OCS, somebody who is a mass murderer is out on the loose. And that's why I was telling you, from the time of that case of Rita Waeni, you know, that thing is very shocking. And imagine how trivial the police takes this thing of someone being chopped up into pieces and they don't bother. In fact, it came out that time when Cyprian Nyakundi brought out that video showing the lady walking with a man hand in hand together before they went to the room or wherever, from a shop which was just next to the supermarket. Goes to show you, police never even bothered to go and ask, do you have a CCTV? Can you show us for this period? Nothing. Walichukua tu ile ya supermarket and they gave some statements there and arrested the BNB owner. We don't, if you are going to put a BNB and you don't take somebody's ID number, whatnot, we are going to arrest you. Then they arrested the neighbor. How can you arrest a neighbor in the somebody has a crime has been committed here, then you arrest the neighbor? What does the neighbor have to do to gaslight Kenyans that something is being done and they know very well there's nothing they are doing, and they have completely dismissed the case because police in this country, they are there for the big people. The rest of us, we can as well go to hell. And that was very clear with the Kware issue. Because those kind of characters in a normal, sane society, it would be a very big deal if something like this happened in a civilized society. But Kenya here, we are like people who don't have it's like we are just living for like animals. I don't even know. Police always come to gaslight Kenyans, the same way Zakayo comes to gaslight Kenyans. Anakwambia utapata gas for 300 shilling, then after that anasema ni mtungi alikuwa anasema. That is gaslighting Kenyans. You want even Kenyans to even start doubting their sanity because some things which are happening, today you come out, you lie to us that you took care of somebody, a bill of 500,000 through shift, lying to Kenyans openly until you are discovered and exposed that was a lie. Huh? It's so frustrating to be a Kenyan, frankly speaking. And more so a woman. It's very frustrating.
Yes, sir. What do you have to say about this femicide?
Nilikuwa tu I'm reflecting on what Malia was saying about wanawake hiyo kuuliwa. That is a failed state. The moment women are the ones to be chosen and children, that is a failed state. Jana mando juzi, another 17-year-old alikuwa abducted. We had to make noise so that amekuwa produced leo. That is not the Kenya that we want. Sidhani that is the area that we are going. And I feel the moment they're targeting women, it is like they're telling women, be fear from coming out. These people never expected 2020, the 25th. What happened? These people never expected. So definitely they will have to use all means to try and scare people away. Madem, wanawake walitusaidia sana. Hii ni to scare them away so that they cannot join the revolution, so that they can only think we will be killed. Women should not back down. This is the time. This is the time for you to wake up, because the moment you're being targeted is crucifying the nation. Tunajua sote, whenever there is a fight, whichever place, we be targeted. The moment you're targeting women, it's like us. We don't care about you. So our revolution should make sure that women, we stand. Sijui kama mmeona Karura Forest imeanza miti not seen. You should now, people who find out math apply. Was a woman who fought for this country. She was a woman who made sure no skyscraper is being built for Uhuru Park made to look like it's a place. Uhuru Park has look like it's a government entity. Wangari Maathai fought for it. For those people who don't know history, Wangari Maathai fought with he wanted to build one of the tallest and made sure that, but she never. She's memchukua. If she's crazy and she's mad, why are you abducting her? Why are you taking her away? What kind of threat does she have into your lives? The kind of fear do you want to give to women so that they can be fearful? Women, no backing down. The bodies, no. Let's not think that so we are backing down. The moment we back down, it is now. The moment head will not be able to do something. Shingo na kichwa ila mafamilia tunaambiwa shingo ni mwanamke, kichwa ni mwanamume. Without any of those, we cannot move forward. So if our women, our daughters, our sisters are being targeted, it's high time for us to stand up. It's high time for us to call this to an end. If it is distraction, I don't think this is distraction. This is just a means and a way of increasing fear to people. It's not changing or turning sijui nini. Kuua watu haifai. We are not supposed to be killed. We didn't vote for Ruto to kill us. Whoever that voted, they didn't vote for Ruto to kill us. Whoever that did not vote, they did not vote for Ruto to kill us and his people. This is not the way to go. Let's stand up. Safaricom, let's boycott Safaricom. Let's use Airtel. Ni mazoea tu. Ni mazoea na tutazoea. The moment we start, it's the fact. While those people, sorry to say, those people who lost their family members, you know how difficult it was, but you adjusted. Those people who life is becoming hard, we are adjusting. So we have to find out, how do we boycott this Safaricom? How do we put it aside? How do we bring to cause other platforms? Tunazitumia vipi? Manake, sharing of our information, that is obscene, that is so bad. For now, thank you so much, guys, and let's continue having this conversation.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Let's continue strategizing, mobilizing, and looking for solutions. 11/11 is the beginning of a revolution. We must march forward and we must redeem this country. You don't need to start with 10 million, 100 million people. Just your decision, my decision, another one, another one, another one, and we will build a huge battalion. It is doable, it is possible, and we are going to make it happen. Continue spreading the message, continue boycotting Safaricom. Anytime that you put your coin in Safaricom, understand that you are aiding them to collaborate with the regime, with the oppressor, that they are doing abduction and killing. So literally, that means your coin can aid in abducting or killing someone. And by also giving your data to Safaricom, you are endangering yourself and even people around you. Because whenever they go for those data, they will access your own, and even those people around you who are calling you, you know, they are also not safe. So safety comes first. Boycott Safaricom. Don't use their product. Don't use their internet. Don't use their credit to make calls. don't use even that SIM card. Hata hizo simu zao ukiweza badilisha ili hata utumie simu za China. Boycott everything about Safaricom. 1111, they will get our messages. We will visit them to tell them that we are disgruntled and that we are divorcing with them. They cannot operate without us. It is us that we build. Sisi ndio tumejenga hiyo Safaricom. But now wanatutapikia. So ile effort ambayo tumejenga Safaricom, we can even decide to build another company from scratch. If you are doing business, at least the bare minimum, what you can do is respect your clients. Your clients are your bosses. Lakini Safaricom wanajiona tofauti. They just want to serve one individual who is oppressing their clients, and they're not even ashamed. Yeah, so we will continue educating each other. We will continue talking. This is a space where we can talk and discuss as Kenyans, where we can speak our minds, where we will say no to manipulation of content creators. We say no to manipulators, the agents of regime kuja kuleta distraction. Tuko very vigilant hapa. We see you, we know you, and we will always call your name out. If you are here, know what we stand for. What we stand for is unity and solution to change this country. We are not here to massage each other ego. We are not here to worship an individual, a personality. No, we are here because we want to better our country. So please, maybe you are used to those spaces where people are massaging each other. You are used to those spaces where ni kukaa kudanganyana na kuongea or strategizing, or now you are going to gain from the movement kwa kudanganya watu, sijui tunataka kufanya hii. No, hapa hatutaki kudanganyana, tunataka tutafute solutions ile ambayo inaweza kubadilisha hii nchi kwa minajili ya watoto wetu na hata wajukuu wetu. Hatuhitaji kuwa watu milioni 10 kwa pamoja, lakini tunahitaji kutengeza vuguvugu ambayo inaanza mimi, wewe na mwingine na mwingine. So let's continue. Kesho tutakuwa hapa. We will talk about the femicide, because nimeona Malia bado you are not convinced that what is happening is femicide. And I think that is what this regime want women to downplay. Ndio sababu ukisema kwamba it is not femicide, ati ni just rise of crime, that is what the government wants. Ndio sababu nasikia DCI akisema it is not femicide.
That's not what
Yeah.
I think umeni misunderstand. Nimekuambia everything in this country is just chaotic. Everything. Not to minimize the fact that women are being killed. As I've told you, in a situation whereby people in a war situation, in fact, there are some situations here, they are mimicking a war situation. Like a country which is at war is where you can find that kind of body count. It is for a country without a government, a country without security apparatus. Ndio unaweza expect that 3 months, for 3 months, 97 women have been killed in 3 months. That is not a country which has a government. That is not a country which has police, which has GSU, and it has every apparatus which a government has to secure its people. And then there's nothing which is coming from them in terms of that we have noted that there's a rise of femicide and we are going to take ABCD action. There is nothing. They're just keeping quiet. They have to wait until FIDA is coming to threaten them with mandamano, because in the next 30 days, if they have not really come out with a comprehensive strategy of how they're going to deal with this issue, we'll be on the streets as women, because we cannot live in a country whereby every day a woman is being killed, not even is dying, is being killed. Let's not mention other things that are affecting women like childbirth and whatnot, which is causing death, maternal deaths and the other things that threaten women's life. Murder of a woman every day. That is not a country which has a government. That's what I'm saying. It's like DRC where people are living under militia. That's where people are killed like that, or raped and done all manner of things, and we just ignore. So, FIDA and the rest, and even female senators, they have said something. We need prompt, because we cannot be in a country whereby the Chief Justice is a woman, the Attorney General is a woman. They are saying that is it the in charge of some army unit is a woman, and like you hear a situation whereby it's so trivialized. You see, the problem is that why are they trivializing this thing? Why are they trivializing? Because if at all an MCA can say that the kind of treatment I've gotten from the police after my daughter was murdered makes me wonder that if this is the way police are treating me as a nominated MCA, when I'm trying to get justice for my daughter, what about the Raya out there who is not somebody who is well to do, who is not somebody who is a leader in the country? What recourse do they have? And we have seen the kind of jokes that they have in terms of investigation from this case of Jimausi, or what was his name, the serial killer. I mean, in which country do you have a serial killer in a cell, then he escaped with some aliens, illegal immigrants,
Exactly.
all of
Exactly.
them
Not
escaped.
only that, yes, a very serious offender that has killed over 40 people, then you go and put with petty offenders at wale wako na immigration issues. Not only that, I ask you to tell you that they trivialize this thing. Even when you are parading the women panties and bras, and you are saying, oh, this is what was the motive behind it? Why when men are killed hatujawahi kuona unaleta maboxers ukipanga hapo? You know, that itself show you, that I'm telling you, that itself, to me, it was an insult. And when we normalize it, that 40 women were killed, wakawekwa kwa gunia wakatupwa, and the country was silent. And that is why now it's rising. This 97 that you are told, not all these cases are reported. It could be more. It could be 2 women in a day. And that's what I'm telling you.
Those
it could be more.
Those are the ones
which
were reported. Those are the ones which were reported.
Those are the ones which...
And majority
are unreported, yes. So, and now, the DCI is downplaying it. They don't want to elevate it so that they show the seriousness it deserves. So my concern is, my concern is, why are they targeting women? What is the motive behind it? Why do they want to alienate women in our society? What could be behind the motive? Even young girls, as young as 13, 12, you find that they are killed, their bodies mutilated and thrown somewhere. So we cannot say that this is a normal crime. Normal crime, how? Why target one particular gender? What do women have that they benefit these criminals? That is my concern, that, you know, it's something that needs to be dig deep. And why is the government not taking action? Why are they downplaying it? That's what I'm telling you. There is something that is hidden. Why are the media not bringing these issues? The mainstream media, why are they quiet about it? Why are they not bringing debate? Why are they not addressing it the way it deserves? What is happening? What is the motive behind it? We have known that mainstream medias are always compromised. But if they're compromised, who is behind these atrocities that is happening to women? So, yes, FIDA came out, but I don't want where we say we give government 30 days. 30 days for what? 30 days for what? Since the quarrel until now, a 30 days not over. Juzi wale ambao waliwawa wale wa Isili. What are you waiting for 30 days? Marvin Aoko, a lady who is not armed, who is not terrorist. Her only crime was being vocal and calling out the immoralities among these government officials. Anaendewa anakuwa tortured, we don't know where she is. Why is she targeted? Is it also to silence the voices of women and to instill fear? So something is wrong, and we should be able to address, and that is why tomorrow we are going to put a space about this issue and discuss and call it out. Mimi nimesema space yangu, we are radical and we are calling things as it is. We don't need to sugarcoat. If you find it uncomfortable, you can just listen, but let's talk. We have to protect our women. Women are pillars of a society. We cannot have a society without women. We cannot be in a society where women are oppressed, where women are afraid to talk, where women live like slaves. But yes, I want to agree with you. We are in a country where Chief Justice is a woman, is a lady. Attorney General is a lady. Deputy Speaker of National Assembly is a lady. The CS in charge of security, yes, defense. Yes,
Defense.
she's a lady. And they're keeping quiet. That's what I'm telling you. What is happening? Is this a very high conspiracy that even them, they're afraid to talk? The Deputy Chief Justice is a lady. Why are they not calling it out? What is happening? It is worrying. We elected even women representatives to go and represent. No one is talking. It was only Gloria that I saw today, at least trying to push. But others are not even paying any interest. But we are not surprised. We know that these people that they are elected to go there, those women representatives, they don't care about the society. They're in the same group. We cannot expect Karen Nyamu to advocate for anything because people were elected there. Some of them, they don't even understand their left from their right. And you see, this thing that, as you are saying, trivializing any issue that comes. I remember, I think it was last year, there was a debate in parliament, whether last year or 2 years ago. And there was, I think, women rep from Kwale. She had a small baby that was lactating, that was breastfeeding. And when she wanted to breastfeed her baby in the parliament, she was ruled out of order, she was ridiculed, and many things, Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago because I remember the speaker was still Muturi. And in the same week, Prime Minister of Ireland, who is a lady, was addressing a press conference while breastfeeding a baby. There was another also that was, I think the same Ireland or Norway. A lady who was giving submission in parliament while breastfeeding the baby. So you see how our country, the direction that it is taking. So I am one of the men that I will say, no, we cannot divide our society. And we cannot have a society without women. Women do not need to be empowered as people say it. Why should you need to empower women? Women have every right. You know that term that we say, oh, we need to empower women. Why do you need to empower? She's a human being like any other. So I think it is from this narrative that, oh, you know, we need to empower. Women have every right that men have. But now, our security apparatus are majorly controlled by women. And that is why maybe they don't care what is happening to women. But it is unfortunately because even that police, that DCI, that you are leaving your house, there is a woman that you left there. She's the one that arranged everything for you. And then you fail to protect them again. Which kind of society are we living in? You came to this world courtesy of a woman, but now you want to start downplaying the women again. It is not normal when women are being killed in society, young girls, and the government is keeping quiet.
Unajua Mr. Fabish, when a country is degenerating, like when there's about to be, now it's moving from a state to a failed state and it's degenerating into warlike conditions, they normally target women. That's why you see like in DRC, when they go somewhere, you know, usually they have militia. So they have this militia and then they go and surround places where there are some minerals. So they want to chase now the people who are living in that village so that they can come and start mining those minerals. So what they usually do is they start by targeting women. They rape women, the pregnant women, they open their belly, they cut their belly open, you know, all kind of atrocities. If you have watched documentaries about DRC, you can see there was a guy who was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize for the kind of, he was doing surgeries for women who have been having, you know, they've been abused, you know. So in a warlike situation, by there, that is what happened. Women are the targets in war. Yeah, it's usually like they just know once they touch the women, now the men will also move away so that now they can take over the area that they want to take over. So those kind of situations whereby there's so much carnage, I mean there's so much brutal force against women in an egalitarian society and a democratic and advanced society, the weakest members of the society are safe. And in fact, they say the country is as good as it's the weakest link. Eh? So when you're in a country where things are working, women and children, they are very comfortable. But now the moment you start degenerating now from being an organized state to lawlessness and to being a failed state, sasa is when you start seeing these kinds of things. And then, you know, at first zinawastua, then you become systematically desensitized to it. It becomes kitu ya kawaida sasa. Yeah, before you are shocked, oh my God, how can this be happening? And then it happens and happens over a long period of time and you become desensitized. So now you just hear somebody has been killed and it's like, it's not a big deal. You know, like in a war situation, when somebody is killed, it's not a shock, that is expected. So that's how this government is behaving. Like we are in a war situation, so you should expect casualties. It's not a big deal. And in fact, that was the kind of message which the nominated MCA got when she went to the police station. It's like, is your daughter the only person who has ever been murdered? We have so many cases here of women who have been murdered, and we have not solved. She was told the cases are there, so many of them. Like, it's not like your daughter is the only person who has been killed. So I'm telling you, by the way, there's something here which is happening, which it is hard to understand, because how can you say that, you know? And then the last person to be seen with the girl, or the person who talked to the girl last, and in his room the body was found, is laughing with the police. She has not been arrested. You know? Then we have a very serious case like this one for Jumahisi. They bring so what I was asking myself about these panties is, a panty a proof of murder or proof of crime. If you come to my house now and you find some boxers of men, is that an evidence that I've killed some men or what? I can't, maybe I sell panties for a living or my partner left panties. How can panties be an evidence of an exhibit that you later this is an exhibit of proof of crime? And SIM cards, because there was nothing else. There was nothing else there. It was just SIM cards and I think some phones and then some panties. So when you bring the panties now, is that an evidence, an exhibit to prove that this person is a serial killer? And then from there you go off. Then you arrest the person. The lawyer says that the person was put in communicado and not allowed to talk to their lawyer. The next thing you are putting him in a very low security area, because Gigiri is low security. Somebody who is so high risk is supposed to be taken to industrial area, which is a maximum security remand area. How can you take somebody who is suspected serial killer and you put them in Gigiri cells? How? You are supposed to take the criminal is a high risk criminal and a very dangerous criminal. That's not a person who can even put in Gigiri. You're supposed to be in industrial area where it's a maximum security. So these guys, I don't know where is this leading, or is it like these things is supposed to now start desensitizing us so that by the time they do worse things to us now, we have already become desensitized. We are used to this. We are used to chaos and used to people being killed and nothing being done.
Yeah, you are right. Seko and Wangu wa Makeri, we need to hear your voice. Go ahead, Seko.
It's Sesko Fabish. Unasahau ingi jina yangu sana.
Sesko.
It's okay. I mean,
yes, moja wa inanipita.
It's all right. I mean, wanasema at least that is not the actual number. They're saying 97. So Yagava, I do multiply it like 3 or 4 times. So basically it's a femicide. Lakini juu wataki ku create tension or whatever they're giving us, they're downplaying kutuambia si femicide. Hata kama si femicide, why are women getting killed? First of all, why do we have to form debates on something that is not supposed to be happening? I mean, ikuwe femicide ama isikuwe, people should not be dying. So for telling us stupid whatever, it's not femicide, it's not a gender, whatever, that is nonsense. We need answers. What has been happening? I don't understand how msee ameua watu more than 30 and then mnatuambia amepotea. And even if you look at that guy hadi kwa uso, I mean, ni kama mtu amelipo tu akuje tu onekane kwa scene tuambiwe ni yeye ameua watu. We are not fools. In the last like 2 months, watu big people from outside countries have been visiting Kenya. Watu wamesimamia FBI, CIA, people from outside countries, very powerful people in the security. Sasa if Kenya wako na links za watu, you're trying to tell us that you don't know where that guy is because you know that guy is your project. Wakuja kutudanganya, mtudanganya ameua watu ni yeye, but you know what is happening. Even this femicide thing, najua it has been happening, lakini no one is speaking about it. I wonder what those 47 women representative are doing there. Si basi hiyo kiti iondolee hapo. Sisi hatuna men representative ama women representative. Even from the name, you're supposed to represent women there, lakini they are elected, they go there to take their own agendas. Bills zingine zinaletangwa zenye zinahusu wanawake kwa parliament, they don't speak. I wonder how up to now in this century we are, some women cannot and girls cannot afford pads, yet there are 47 women representative huko. Wanaenda huko napitisha bills zenye zinajua zina increase even the cost of the pads that they are in Kenya. I mean, these women representative mnafaa mwanza kuwa recall what is sasa mambo. That is what women are supposed to be doing. They have gone there, kina Muchomba, they are politicians. They don't take they don't have the interest of women in their hearts. It's so frustrating. So
akina Karen Nyamu
that watu napiga sherehe tu huku, yani nothing else. Even the agendas they are pushing online, it's not making sense. Kazi ni kutuambia nyinyi ma bad girls, tufanye nini?
Until now, even as this thing is happening, it is only Gloria peke yake that has come out to condemn about the rising femicide. These other ones, not even single one. Even the CJ herself, she has never called out. They are busy. They are not even seeing what is happening.
Haezi jua, unajua yeye watoto wake wako huko Germany na wengine wako United States. They don't fucking care. Even these women, the tunaona hapa representative women rep, they don't care. Akina Wamuratha and whatever. Those are just, I don't want to call them stupid, but they are politicians. They don't have interest of Kenyans at heart. And that's why we are saying, to end all this, it's Ruto to go. When Ruto goes, watu wengine wote wako chini hawa, tutakuwa tumeondoa. Ruto is the roots for all these problems. You can't tell me tukikata branches, bado mti itamea. Because the roots are still there. Tulisema to recall all the CS, wakatoka wote. What happened? Tuona sama ni cabinet secretaries walikuwa wabaya. Saa hii walirudi wote. What is happening? Nothing has changed. Ni tu kutoa mwizi unarudisha mwizi. That's it. That's why we are speaking about the revolution. We need changes and we need Ruto to go. Hii story ya kutuambia to petition hapa, it's not making sense. And I like it right now that the space that you are to hold with Tony Kashoka, ameihold hapo, hakuna mtu ameingia. Comrades hatujaingia hapo, hata hatujakaribia. Imeenda hivyo ikaanguka because he was talking nonsense. Ameenda kuopen hapo thinking it's the normal day, anakujanga na open space, anakuja kutuambia petitions whatever, mambo ya Kalonzo wanafanya na Wamalwa politics. Kenyans are not going to buy that. We are not going to buy that. We need change. Mambo ya wako sahi iko almost 400 and something million. Sasa ndio naona Kalonzo ameenda kuretweet. I'm like, hey, you had to wait mpaka ifike point imefika ndio uende kuretweet huko ati abductions and killings sijui huko, because he needs the number. He's looking for numbers. It's high time Kenyans get to understand about this. Another issue was to address, lakini nimeona ni kama mwenye alikuwa amepeana hiyo nini ameenda, lakini it's okay. We hold the space tomorrow, Fabish, for women, because I think this thing is people are supposed to get to the streets before 11:11. Watu tunafaa tutokee streets for our mothers, for our sisters, for our girlfriends, for our daughters. I mean, it's so much even to take in. Government inafaa kumepeana answers by now. I don't know who is giving them 30 days. 30 days for what? For another 300 women to be killed, waiting for answers, and the answers already wako nazo. I wish Safaricom ilikuwa inafanya kazi yenye I wish ingekuwa inasaidia government kutafuta watu kama hao, kutuonesha location zao na whatever. Tujue nani anaua watu. That could be helpful rather than coming here na kuboycott the revolution na kupeana data yetu. I mean, it's a lot to take in, but we are going to go to the streets before that 11:11. Wacha wasikie. If you're not going to give us the details, DCI imekuwa sasa inafanyanga kazi Ruto. This guy Fabi.
Yeah, wacha twende kwa Lyson ndio twende kwa wangu Makeri. You know, alafu kuna mtu amenitumia hivi anifurahisha. Someone that earns 50k now, you earn 50k, President Ruto hizo tax shenanigans anachukua 10,000. Unabaki na 39,000. Rent 15k one bedroom. Unabaki na 24k. 4k unaweka gas na KPLC, unabaki na 20k. Chakula 10k. Fare unatumia 4k, umebaki na 6k. Fuliza na kinaokoa 2k. Haya, labda kama uko na wife family wamekuambia ni kubaya huku, ama parents wako huko nyumbani umatumia 5k. Haya, sasa fees ya mtoi unaanza kutuma messages, niaje bro, and you are getting salary of 50K. That is almost $500. Lyson, yeah, go ahead, ndio twende kwa wangu.
No, Fabrice, that is exactly what we are trying to tell a lot of Kenyans, and all of us know. That is a reality. Now, watu 150K ni wachache sana Kenya. Very few people. As Sesko was saying, there's a lot of bullshit happening around. Where real conversations, watu wanatoka tu kwa hii space to another one to give us content of other spaces. No solutions. So, you see what is happening today? Nyamakimwa, Koma River Road, Kanjo nakuja leteni shida. Kuna hawa enforcement agent wasijui mabaz, wanakuja wanachukua whiskies, pombe kalikali, wanaambia mwenyewe sijui, you need to comply. Bring problems. Nyiwe wasee mko mtaa mahali, mnafanya vitu zenyu, mnaanza kuwa harass na sijui, bring problems. Make noise. Make it unpalatable for all administration units. DO, DC, county commander, chief, police, anybody, make it very uncomfortable. When you have a group of 10 people, nobody can come there and start harassing a one business person and you observe. The biggest problem has been watu wengi wamekuwa tumekuwa see in water actually. Tumekuwa very selfish. Mtu akishikwa mahali, you don't care. Juzi kuna mzee mmoja alikufia hapo afya center, who was a lecturer, a teacher of biology. Nimesema hii story before. Alikuwa anaitwa sijui Paul, I'll remember the name. Patrick, a lecturer, alikuwa a teacher Starehe Boys Center, amekuwa all the schools Marsabit where yani he died in the street after collapsing there for 2 days. Nobody was there to pick him, to give him anything or take him to hospital. So hiyo ndio attitude lazima to change kama wa Kenya. If something is happening in your neighborhood, take interest to know what is it. Kama ni abductors, toa alarm. If it's your neighbor, toa alarm. And that is why ukuja kushikwa, resist paka watu wajue kuna kitu inaendelea wrong, so that people can come. Umeona vile Kisumu hata ule MCA sika ni county finance manager alikwenda kushikwa after court kuwa abducted. Watu wakaleta shida akakuwa, although he's a corrupt fella, but at least that is the unity we want. Mnaleta shida paka mtu anashindwa kufanya hiyo abduction. So when you say civic disobedience, si lazima ati watu warushe mawe or what. Your sheer numbers at any point, anywhere, out in overstretched police. Police ni wachache sana. I can give you facts. There are about 200,000 policemen versus a population of 50 million plus. So, hakuna vile hawa polisi wanaweza kuwa everywhere. That is why they have to come with vifaru, siku ya standard marathon, yani kuonesha tu kuingiza watu baridi. But the moment we conquer our fear is the beginning of our freedom. So lazima tu conquer your fear. And because we are not saying anything wrong, we just say, hakuna vile unaweza wa mtoto wangu, mi niko nange hapo unapita na niko sawa. Watoto wako wana grow, wangu walishaenda, and we are okay. Until it happens to us is when it can hit you. But if you're bright enough, you can actually see the pain of losing a brother, losing a sister, losing a mother, losing a father. And the danger is so big that we are saying soon is going to catch up with all of us. The moment we accept watu wachache, watu ingize baridi. Alafu ikuwa yani ukiona Subaru unapanik, unakojoa, unatoroka. We cannot live like that. This country is a country of liberties. You have freedoms to picket. You have freedom to say what you have to say. You are not supposed to be hiding. Ati kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja tu anaitwa Ruto. Yet we can remove him through constitutional and unconstitutional manners. Mtu kuwa president, si ati inamaanisha tumempatia title deed ya kurule Kenya. It simply says he has tumedelegate mandate atuongoze kwa muda wa miaka 5. Alafu baada ya miaka 5 tu evaluate. Lakini si lazima ifike miaka 5. Kama ameanza kuviolate ile katiba ambayo aliapa, wewe tumekupatia mandate. Anaulizwa swali pale na CJ. Watu Kenya hawa wamekupatia hii sheria. Utaichunga? Utailinda? Utachunga wa Kenya? anasema ndio, mimi mtukutu rais, nitachunga katiba, nitailinda, nitaitetea. That is the oath of office. Zile kama zile oath tulikuwa tunafanyanga traditionally. Ukienda kuongea vibaya, kile tumeongea hapa, muende kusema kutuuza, tutakuua. It's the same oath the president took. Now, is he keeping the oath or not? If he violates the constitution by not protecting us, protecting our children, maiming, mutilating, overseeing a rape of our women, body parts, it's become normal. Every day kwa news unaona tu, this one has died, this one, kama chicken, kama ng'ombe. Murder is one of the highest crimes you can ever commit. It's on the same level, not treason. So the president and his group and his government is committing treason against Kenyans. And that's why we need to reject him. The movement is starting. Wale wanasikiza, pelekeni, tupeleke ujumbe kila mahali. All of us here are leaders. Kuna watu wenye wana hii ma TikTok, wana hizi ma access. Tunasema hiyo ndio mtu mmoja. 24 counties zote. Tuziparalyze 24 cities, 24 towns, 11 MCAs. Tuna immobilize the country from everywhere. Hawitaji watu 10 kwenda occupy Weston Hotel and to make the food poisonous or anything. Mse mmoja wa Nduthi anaweza tumalizia hiyo job. And other places. So kila mtu anze kufikiria, how do we make the most pain to this government for it to collapse? The same way they are making pain to us. Wakenya wote, 70% wako Fuliza. 70% wako hawezi pata loan. Wakenya hawana mishahara. Hakuna Wakenya wako na 100,000 kwa account, ni 99.9% of the population. So watu wengi hapa ma TikTok, ma Facebook ni drama tu, kujifanya tu ati wewe uko sawa, lakini the truth watu wako wanaumia. Uko kwa school fees, uko na kesi na baza, unajua tu vizuri hujalipa fees, mtoto anafukuzwa. Watoto wenyewe, vijana wetu campus hawezi soma, baza hawana 100,000, 200,000 as you are waiting for baza ama new funding model ya help. So many parents are suffering. Children, young people are under depression because they can see their parents cannot be able to afford the education. Yet, a few years ago, education was almost free just because of wrong policies and a wrong government. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to resist this government. Do any disobedience. When you wanaimba wimbo kwa masoko, kwa bars, anywhere. Ukienda mahali mpate watu 10, kama umeboeka, anzeni kupiga wimbo. Incite. Everywhere. Safaricom, look for ways to make pain to this regime. Personal for their businesses, personal to them. Attack MP akikuja kwa gari amekuja kwa local na amejificha. Ita ma youth hapo, mwanze kupiga kelele. Fukuzeni. We must make this revolution from 11/11 a real movement. Because as you know, tuko na kesi ya Dani, wale watakuwa kotini wako Nairobi. Occupy hiyo courts. Wale hawezi fika Nairobi, uko ground, fanyeni vitu zenyu. Watu wa ground sisi watu wa kuambiwa kitu ya kufanya. Kila mtu afanye kitu kulingana na mahali yako na kulingana na ile uchungu uko nayo. Mkiwa wawili, watatu, wanne, mnaenda mkishika space. Mkipata nguvu. Tulianza hii space, Fabish alianza, I congratulate you. Polepole imepata mashabiki wake. Wale wameshindwa wataondoka, waende kwa space zingine za ngono na hizo upuzi. Which is okay. Kuna time for everything. But when you come here, you must be coming here to bring change to our country. And we are patriots. We are more patriots than those who are hopping from space to space, just talking nothing, or transferring information from here to another one. If you are not transferring information here, patriotism, na maandamano, now there's no any other way to remove Ruto apart from mass action. Then you're wasting your time. Kuna haja ukuja uanze kutuambia hapa, leo mliona watoto wamesoma miaka yote, wanaenda kufanya exams juu ni KCSE, KCP, unapewa exam fake. The reason atiyo shule haiko imejiandikisha kwa ministry. So where's the government? Sasa imagine hao watoto wameenda pigo gani hilo? Kukosa kalikalia exam just because the government failed on its part. Yeah. Other side tunasikia sijui kuko na nini. Yani because we have no functional government. They're just busy. Mtu anakuja kutuambia wale watu walienda KICC hawako na technical skills. Did he say that we need this and this qualification before you come to KICC? So wanachezea tu wa Kenya, vijana wetu wanachezea. Wameshinda hapo the whole day, wana chakula. Mwingine anatoka hapa anaambiwa enda sijui endeni Kabete, wengine endeni wapi. They're just creating confusion. Comrades, let's not allow it. Ruto must fall. Ruto must go. Viva for those who are doing whatever you're doing. Let's occupy. Let's do commotions. Let's create civil disobedience. Mkiwa wawili na watu wako, mkiwa na nduthi, create a map somewhere else. Wakikuja na hood, hata sisi tuenda na hood. Wakijifunga macho na kuvaa mask, even as we can wear masks. Create civil disobedience. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you. Wangu nimekuona. Karibu.
Yeah, asante. Ndio kutokea. Anyway, I just thought I can hop in here just for a few, just to say a few words. Naona ni kama as women, manake watu, I mean, comparing with, or rather looking at what's happening saa hii, tukiangalia kama situation ya Aoko, I feel like as women we need to make
Wangu, you are breaking. I think you have problem with your mic or network. And you are making a very important point.
No, I might not like Aoko's way of sort of highlighting the issues that we are all facing. I might not like it, but at the same time, we need to support this woman. It's not just everybody else at the same time. At this point in time, we need to bring tunafaa kutumia all means and ways. Kama wanawake, I mean, tulifunzwa na Wangari Maathai, someone else. I don't know whether you all know, after Patrick Lumumba was killed in Congo, his wife, what was her name? I can't remember her name, but his wife was, she Pauline, I think she was called. She demonstrated, she protested, and you know the means that they were using. If we need, kama wanataka tutoe nguo, we do it. If we have to do it. So this is where it gets to a point where we have to use any means to drive the point home. If they want 1 million women who are naked on the streets of Nairobi and elsewhere, we're going to do it. To drive the point home. Dunia yote ijue, we are not safe. We need to try all ways and means. Wangari Maathai did a lot of it to Moi, and they had to give in. So all I'm saying is, yes, some of you might not support that. Lakini that tells you that we have tried ways and means, and they are not listening to us. So any means necessary is what I'm saying. This is where we are at this point in time. Asante.
Thank you, Wangu. That's what I agree with you 100%. Femicide should not be tolerated. The first time in our history that we are having a very high number of femicide cases. And yet, government is not doing anything. They are downplaying it. They are not giving it any seriousness it deserves. Parliamentarians, women representative, they are quiet about it. So for how long? For how long should we treat women as, and this language that we say they are vulnerable, then we use that window to oppress them, to kill them. Young girls, you saw what happened in Isili. The bodies that, were dumped and mutilated of more than 40. And the government just took it like a joke. Even if there is a gang of criminals that is perpetuating this crime, then that means they are getting support from the government, because when the government are not addressing with the seriousness it deserves, that means you are entertaining them. And when you keep on entertaining, what are you expecting? The number will rise. And now we will reach a point where even women will be scared even to fight for any position. And many other things. Kina Nyiva Mwendwa, akina Wangare Maathai, walienda Beijing, those during Moi era, to go and advocate for the right of women. But William Ruto, slowly, is taking those rights away. We are going to have another very serious problem in our country, where our girls will be oppressed. Who knows? After femicide, wataanza hata kubaguliwa even for unemployment. We have had a lot of cases, women complaining, and people are downplaying it. Kwamba umeenda ofisi, umenyanyaswa in one way or the other. Some cases are reported, some are not. Before you realize, even when it comes now to the funding model, you might find out maybe they are favoring. These are the things that we should call out. We should not allow until it manifests na ianze kukita mizizi. We should all stand out and call these atrocities as it is. I know maybe some people will not understand me, lakini ile kitu watu tunasema ni kuwa, if you want to uplift society, you start by women. And if you want to kill a society, you start with women. This is what is happening in this regime. The last scene.
Yeah, niaje. Like, hope mko fiti na mnanisikia. Fabish.
Tuko fiti, tuko sawa.
Yeah. Okay, kila mtu ana complain, but today what I'll tell you guys is actually we are trying to play victim on a villain. Unaona, Ruto ni villain na kila mtu anajua villain wanga tu anataka hivyo. Unaona? So unless now we stand up and we fight, hakuna any other way. And right now sijui mbona tulisema 11/11 tunafaa to occupy Safaricom shops zote. Na sioni hizo hashtag. Kila mtu ako hapa, let's start with us wenye tuna believe in ourselves. Wewe ukipost kitu like chukua tu upload ama ni download picture ya Safaricom, una post text unasema occupy Safaricom shop. Let's that be our hashtag is from today. So atuache kusema like tutatokea ndiye tatuaratu watu wengine, acha ikuwe memo. Wewe ukipost hata ukiongea story the lady mwenye alipotea, una hashtag occupy Safaricom shops zote, na tutaenda huko fun. Unacheki, and I don't know what really happening every time when on a space mimi napata tu nimetoka and my network iko fiti, hata nimejaribu even ku download something naona iko na speed. I don't know what's happening on X. Lakini that's why nasema like tuache kushinda tukicheza victim na tuache kushinda tukilia of wasted time. Right now is the time you're supposed to wake up. Kama ni 11/11 kuna watu wanafaa kuwa kitengeneza poster wakisema tuna occupy Nairobi.
Zinatengenezwa by kesho zitakuwa ready.
Yeah, so na si ati occupy ati Nairobi pekee, my friend. Tunafaa tu occupy kama kuna za Embu, kama kuna za Nairobi, like all counties zinafaa zijue tunaenda kuvamia na tunawapea the strategy. They are here calling out for a strategy. Tunaanza hapo. Unaona, kutoka hapo tutaanza sasa kupeana, because actually tukila villain you really need to send a villain. Na kama uja check in a movie villain wanga like hero ndo wanga ana win, lakini in real life we all know like villain ndo wanga ana win. So and the second thing, you know, like villain are not like born, villain and created. Unacheki, and kila mtu ako hapa, weji consider villain, usijiconsider ati hero. We si hero, we ni villain. Unacheki, like now I say yani unless we do that hakuna any other way tunaweza win. Ni hivyo tu, unaona. So weka uko hapo, usiseme sijui tunatokea peaceful, the time of peaceful ishaisha. Right now tunafaa to hashtag. Wewe ukipost anything kama unanisikia, make sure una hashtag Safaricom, occupy Safaricom shops on date 11. Acha hiyo ikuwe memories from now, because actually the last time actually I talked about something, sikuwa na any hashtag, but say we start with that, watu wataanza kuretweet, people will start posting it, and that's what we really need right now. We ukiingia Facebook, ukiingia status, actually I've been doing that. Si ati naongea kitu haiko, mimi nimekuwa tu niki hashtag every post na make, tuna hashtag. The second thing nilikuwa nataka kusema Fabish, tuliambiwa place hao watu wanakaa au wenye wanatu abduct. So tunafaa tufike huko, and I'm very sure tukienda huko the media will follow us. Unaona? So tunafaa tuende kwa hizo places zenye zilitajwa, tuende tujue like ni akina nani. We need to face them. Hawatakuwa wanatukujia, because when they want us, they are coming us kwa nyumba zetu. But right now we need them, tunafaa tuende kwao. Msiogope manze, like we are not here like to make a coward move. Unacheki, tushaambiwa sijui kuna wenye wako Karen, sijui wengine wako wapi. Sasa situpate yani the exact location tuwaende. Juu like hatutashinda huku ati tukingangana tukiimba the same song. Nimekuambia like villain tu wanga wana enjoy ile time victim tunashinda hapa tukilia. Unaona, unless we come out now tuonyeshe yani tunaweza waendea hadi kwao, hapo ndo sasa tutaanza kuheshimiana. And let's make us a video wenye wako huku like start throwing stones. Unajua like if we start with us, at least wengine watatufollow, but hatuwezi kuwa tuko hapa. Na mimi nimesema if that thing happens on my side, honestly speaking, like I like being anonymous. Unaona, lakini I'll be the first one to throw the stones. Juu watu wale wengi wanangojanga hivyo, hatutangoja hiyo kerea, hatutangoja. And the last time it happened very well. Kuna video ili circulate back in the days like a few months ago, 2 or 1. Jamaa alikuwa na abductiwa and then wasiwa kwanza kurusha mawe wakapiga hiyo gari and it worked. Unaona, what we just need is unity na one courageous man. Na mi I'm so convinced hata kama wanaweza tumia hizo silaha hawezi tumia kwa kila mtu. Unaona? So that's why nasema like we really need to fight. We really need to fight Fabish. Na nimesema like let's set an example to Safaricom shop. Wenye hawana simu hatujaenda huko ku have fun. Unacheki? Hatujaenda huko ku have fun. We upgrade your phone. Unaona? Because actually hao watu wanafanya watu wetu wakujio. Even I when I'm talking like this, Fabish nilikuchat last time na nikakwambia after every space mimi najipatanga nimetextiwa. Unaona? But mimi napenda tu ku stay low. Lakini right now we first need to deal with Safaricom. Na nimewaambia the reason why we are supposed to attack Safaricom, na hope mnanisikia, because actually I have been having a network problem with your space. Fabish. Oe.
Yes, listen. Yeah, hatutauziwa uoga. Kama wewe unatextiwa kwa kuongea, je, mimi ambao nina own space, I know threats imekuwa nyingi but I'll never even talk about it. Hata wengine wamenithreaten mpaka kwa timeline, lakini wanaweza kujipanga. Anonymous messages zinakujaga, hata siku hizi nimechoka kuzisoma. Wengine wananiambia sijui unajifanya wewe ndio unajua kuliko kila mtu Kenya, utajipata sijui river gani, but we don't care hizo threats. Kama wanajua kwamba we are not creating any impact, why are they concerned? Why are they sending the threats? So hii hata si kitu ambayo inaweza kututisha. We'll continue talking, we'll continue speaking. So yes, 11/11 is looming. Many atrocities are happening in our country. We are living in a failed state. That is the reality. The core mandate of every government in this world is not to collect tax. It is not to, oversee the project. But the core mandate is to protect the lives of its citizens and their property. And any time that they fail to do that, they have lost the mandate and they stand to be illegitimate. Illegitimacy is not only on the election, it is actually in the mandate, how they are executing it. But this regime, it does not recognize the constitution. They operate. Ruto anaoperate Kenya bila anaoperate shamba yake Sugoi. Anaoperate Kenya bila anaoperate ile nyumba yake ya kuku Sugoi. Anafikiria kwamba Kenya ni kama hiyo shamba yake. That is why amenunua parliament, judiciary mali tulikuwa tunategemea kidogo, vile inakaa, vile wana behave, by their actions, ni kuwa pia wameingia katika mfuko wa William Ruto. Kenyans are left with nobody. William Ruto has become omnipresent. You can feel him everywhere. In these spaces, you can feel his presence. That is why when you go to the spaces, he has unleashed his agents. They are roaming everywhere, joining us like speakers, like people who are with us. Some are even hosting spaces, pretending to talk like us, but we know from their behavior. Wengine wanakuja wakitengeneza ma content, and that is why we keep on derailing. We cannot come with solution because tunaambiwa, because this big week lazima aongee. Si wa Kenya wote wanaweza kuwa ajinga. Maybe very few.
Fabish.
Yes, Lasine, will drop.
Oh, I'm sorry for cutting you short. That's when nilikuwa nasema 99% hizo shop zote za Safaricom ujue ni venye wamerent. So if we push them in this extent, hakuna mtu ataitikia wa rent shop, unacheki. Like saini kucheza mind game kitu watu wengi waoni. So tukiweza kugonga hizo Safaricom shop, honestly speaking, hakuna mtu atawaitikia kuwa rentisha, because actually itakuwa target, si ati itakuwa hii and then we are done. Naona? So 99% of Safaricom shop wamerent. So tukiweza kuwagonga, tusiende just to kwa ati headquarters, kuna wenye wataenda headquarters, lakini make sure azirun. We make sure azirun hadi mashinani azirun. So unless we do that, hakuna any other way Safaricom itatuti. And then after that, that's when I say, like, situlipewa location ya wase. We can't be cowards bana. Unaona, tunafaa tuende to protest hapo kwao. Like, and I'm very sure even hizi media zimebaiwa, they will come to cover up the story, because actually they are looking for something yenye watakuwa nashika the government with. Unacheki. So when we storm Safaricom, mjue all Safaricom like shops zenye wamerent wataambiwa watoe vitu zao, because hakuna mtu atarisk nyumba yake ichomwe juu ya pesa yenye haiko, unacheki. Na ukacheck 99% zinakuanga big buildings, sijui kama mnaona. So Fabish, make sure your hashtag occupy all Safaricom shop ina work. Everyone mwenye amenisikia leo, make sure hizo hashtags occupy Safaricom shop na soft na hizo inafaa kuwork. Nakwambia, like, we just need to storm like 4, 5, 6, 7 na wenye nyumba tuambie, tukiwa ndani, mkiendelea kuwarentisha tutachoma nyumba, because you can't associate with killers who are coming to kill us. The first thing tutakuwa tumewaparalyze like huku mashinani, unacheki. Lakini kitu mimi nataka ni drawer, unacheki. Hiyo drawer yenye wanakuwa wameweka pesa, wenye wataenda kuchukua simu, mimi nataka hiyo drawer ya do. That's what actually I'll say today. So muache kushinda mkilia. You can't be heroes, you need to be like a villain. As from now, yani hashtag occupy Safaricom shops. Posters zitoke, make sure ziko Facebook, ziko everywhere, like na ziko kama ni a certain county mnaandika kama ni Nairobi, occupy Nairobi or Safaricom shop, occupy Thika or Safaricom shops.
Free Japuondi, then we go to Freema.
Hi, Fabish, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you for this opportunity. I've been following you on and off for quite some time, and I've heard the last speaker actually, and I was the last. And what I would like to know, the clarification I'm seeking is like, we want to boycott Safaricom on 11th in the revolution as one of our next action plans. Is there a way we can plan this, without having it like is there a way you can plan it behind closed doors or something like that? Unajua kwa inbox juu. My fear is always one, like hizi vitu za zingine huwa zinapangwa, tunapanga alafu unajipata alone kwa street or something like that, frustrations, so what I'm trying to say is what are the gains, what are the plans, like hata tunaweza push hashtag, we can do all that, alafu tuende kwa like 2, 3, 4 shops, but what if hatutapata hiyo access? Unajua, like I'm just trying to look for plan B, like we always must have plan A, B, and C, a strategy, unajua. So I'm just being realistic, also I'm a realist, so, and I'm sure most people maybe in this space will side with me on that, because there is no way utaniambia ati kesho niamke niende kwa Safaricom shop next to me and then I start burning it down and and all that. I'm just being realist, man. I mean, yes, it's a revolution, but there's a way we need to plan this, so we don't even have to do it like during the day. If it's torching now, that's like a real, I mean, it's a real revolution. We don't have to do it like during the day, like if that's really that's the plan. I'm just saying, like what's the difference between doing it during the day and doing it like at night, because do we have the quorum, do we have the number of people who are willing to show up for that? Because I'm trying to check that hashtag of the Safaricom, like boycott Safaricom, and I realized something in these spaces and a lot of spaces is that a lot of people do not walk the talk, and forgive me for saying this, but I've just done my due diligence. I've checked a few people like in this space, and if they're actually retweeting what you're saying, or even if the previous person who was talking has done that, like on the timeline, so we can share all what they're trying to say. So again, not to be negative, because when the fear is gone, the people in power have lost it. That one we know. we don't have to be fearful, but we have to be strategic. If we are not strategic, guys, we will just lose the battle immediately we finish the space here. So that was my observation. Okay, moving forward, I wanted to talk a little bit about governance, about this civic education, and allow me to just 1 minute before I land. My other worry has always been I've seen a lot of good people, very nice people in the society, people we look forward to, people who are smart, so to speak, and at the end of the day, these same people who are doctors, teachers, professors, legal brains, people who are smart, they always get hoodwinked by the politicians at the end of the day, and they always succumb to their lies. And we saw it in 2022, and we can always now, the regrets are clear. The echoes of regrets are all over the streets, everywhere in the country. If you go to Nyanza, you will hear people saying, "Oh, we wish we knew this was the real Raila." You go to the mountain, you're like, "Oh, we wish we knew this was the real Ruto." The whole country has someone there. So my main thing, when we go the civic education way, do you think these people who fell for these gimmicks and lies were not smart, or they didn't know, they didn't have civic education, they didn't know what was happening, they didn't know about Anglo-leasing, they didn't know about all this corruption, they didn't know about everything that is going on? I don't want to make civic education or these movements look baseless, or no, a lot has been achieved. That's why we are speaking here today, But can we have a strategy that gives hope to the hopeless? I want to come to this space and hear someone talking about solutions that are tangible, that touches on everyone. I want someone to talk about something that brings on board everyone, the old folks, the young, the middle, all age groups, ethnicity, religious, despite that, something that brings us all on stage, Apart from that, the other thing is that I would like people, when they come to this space, Fabish, with your permission, let them talk about their own solution. What are you doing as a person? What are you bringing? Because at the end of the day, we'll be talking for hours and hours and hours, and we know these spaces are like just infiltrated as any other space. They are all there. This guy has resources. He has bought everyone. So he's listening, and he's just comfortable listening to whatever he can switch like a channel, and listen, and he's like, these guys will just rant and move on, So what I'm trying to say is, look, when a speaker comes here, Fabish, apart from correcting them to side with your side, or to correct them based on your knowledge and skills and evidence, can you also please try to make everyone who speaks here to come up with their own personal solution, tailored to their own view, because sometimes we lack this wisdom to look at other people's, perception. How do they perceive this problem? How are they thinking that it should be solved? That is the only way that we will be able to get as many views and as many solutions as possible to pick from. So, for example, we were talking about boycotting Safaricom. The other thing that we can do is, let's provide people with solution, with alternative solution, Yes, we can boycott Safaricom tomorrow, but I not being pessimistic again, but how many people are willing to take that walk, Yes, how many people are willing to? For instance, you can say, let us get Starlink to get rid of, if you are using their data, let's get rid of that, let's go for Starlink, give people, this is how human beings are. People like options, People want to move to something else, because if you want someone to be without internet, without a line, give them an option. Like, are you sure that the government has not infiltrated the other service providers? That's my question. How sure are we? We just heard about Safaricom. Does it mean that other cellular networks are safer? This is what we need to be talking about. most of us,
Jamonji,
I'm sure.
Jamonji.
Yes, sorry, go on.
Yeah, you know, you are part of us, eh? So
Yes,
kindly
exactly.
now, land and give us your own solutions now.
Okay, I was coming to solution. So my solution would be based on facts or reality. You know, the first thing we need to do is start with the hashtag and be loyal to the hashtag. Check how many people, especially in space, are loyal to that hashtag and they are sharing. Number one. The second thing is, can we all agree that we need to find an alternative option from Safaricom as we move away from them, you know? And we make the other cellular network know that we are moving away from Safaricom because their network has been infiltrated by the government, you know, operatives. That's one of the ways to do it, you know. The other part that you are advocating for is the revolution going, and other people can go that way. They can go that way, but me, I'm just being honest to you. I'm not going to touch Safaricom, shop. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm just being honest. I don't want to lie to you like some people will lie here and then they're not sure. That's my submission for now. If I think of other solutions, I'll be coming back. Thank you so much for your time, Fabish, and I'll be listening to you. God bless.
Jabonji, that was very, very great submission. Don't go anywhere. I think yes, first thing first, we need to push the hashtag. I also agree about, you know, but I think there are other options that are very known to Kenyans that we don't need to tell someone, because we cannot just come and do publicity of one company, and if people get out of Safaricom, they can have their choice. It is also good always, you know, as a human beings, to have always a alternative. Safaricom, we have been with this company for almost 30 years, you know, and when we see even what we are achieving, it has drained our pockets, and now it is draining our lives. That's why we have every reason to boycott. And yes, I think our stand here is to boycott Safaricom products. We go for other options. This is not the first time Safaricom is doing this. If you remember, I think it was in 2018 when Raila at that time, you know, Safaricom was sabotaging the opposition, you know, and also many people that time, maybe they did not understand. But now it's coming clear what Raila was saying then. It is now manifesting. But even this time round, they are overdoing it because we normalized that time. And now, but even that time that we boycotted for that short period, they were really affected. And I want to just tell people that that boycott is a very powerful tool. Remember, the CEO of Safaricom is an employee. He's not the owner of the company. So if he's the one that have been making decision of supporting the regime and all that, when the company will be affected, now the board will want to sit down, and I can tell you they can even sack the CEO, and the other that one will come, will have discipline. So if we push this hashtag and we be disciplined, as Japondi you are saying, like we reach maybe 100 million hashtag before that 11/11, we will have created a very huge impact. That action by itself, it will create a very huge impact. And remember, it is not only in Kenya. Safaricom have their development partners. And when this thing is going viral, some other companies that are doing business with Safaricom, they might even end up cutting deals with them because other companies don't want to be affected. So remember, Safaricom, as they have other companies that they are doing, business with, including even the people that supplying network to them. They might decide to say, no, we cannot continue, because if these people later find out that we are doing business with you, they might also end up sabotaging our companies also. So it will affect them immensely. So that action alone means a lot. So yes, we are starting the hashtag today, as we are waiting for posters tomorrow, and we will continue sharing the hashtag and sharing the posters. Yes, I want to put it clear that nobody should go and touch any building. Nobody should put fire on Safaricom. This boycotting is a first warning. Yes, we might decide to just write petitions and visit some of the offices and tell them that we are disgruntled. But we will not vandalize so that it may not be looked like, we are not championing for this, but we are there to loot. So yes, but we'll occupy those offices of Safaricom, giving them petitions. That is within, yes, our rights. We are going to tell them. If they are going to shut down, well, they also would have helped us in amplifying the message. They are going to lose that day, and they're going to lose more. So that is one of action that it is going to work. We will keep on identifying the companies that are doing business with this government. We will keep on identifying them, and we will keep on boycotting their products. Now they are bringing in JP Morgan. We know about BlackRock's. We are going to identify those products and we are going to boycott, including Bill Gates. Anyone that is benefiting this regime, we are going to start boycotting the products. Hata ikifika ile siku tunasema tuna boycott whether the products are America, hata kama including Coca-Cola, we can start boycotting. In fact, even the time that we start even boycotting Coca-Cola, it helps us even because we remain healthy. And remember, when we boycott and start tweeting about it, it is going to be affect the whole company, not only in Kenya, but even worldwide. So even this one for Safaricom is going to affect a lot in terms of their profit and even their partners, their other business partners. We go to Frima, then Sir John.
Thank you, Fabish. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I'm going to be brief. I don't want to repeat what other speakers have said. First, thank you so much, Joe Bonj, for your contribution. Yeah, thanks for speaking our minds. You have talked of very important points there about walking the talk. Fabish, it is so interesting and ironical that majority of us, it's reality actually, we keep saying, let us boycott Safaricom. But you are using bundles or services from that service provider to convey that message of boycotting Safaricom. Isn't it ironical? Like me, for instance, the last time I used Safaricom services, that's now the bundles and communicating calls and text messages, the last time was in June. Yes, I hoped it to Airtel because nilisema, why should I use services za company ambaye ina betray Kenyans? So mimi nataka wakati unasema tu boycott Safaricom, tukue kweli tuna walk the talk. Wewe mwenyewe unasema boycott, uwe unatumia other service lines from other service providers. Number two, solutions. Let us talk of solutions. We have said, let us boycott. What are the solutions? Joe Bonji said, what is, as a person who is focused on revolution, what are your solutions? Can you make your suggestion? Today, in the morning, I found Safaricom. I reached Safaricom customer care to express my displeasure and disappointment concerning the abduction. And I asked them if they were aware of public outrage against the company. And the customer care agent told me she was not aware. I told her, you are the consumer of social media. You are not aware. She said she was not aware. So I told her, why are you providing information, personal information of your customers to the DCI? And the response was saying, it's not really true. She said that they only adhere or respect or obey the court orders. To those police officers, the DCI, wanawapelekea court orders, wapatiane information ya someone mwenye anataka kuwa arrested. That's how they work. So walikubali that wanapatiana information. So nikaambia it's okay, ni sawa basi. But sasa dawa ni, ndugu zangu, maoni yangu, tukisema to boycott ya ukweli. Mambo ya kusema let us go and set a place to touch the centers, Safaricom centers, shops, I don't agree with that because hiyo itakuwa solution. Mimi nilikuwa naona kwanza tunaweza tujitokeze tuende kwa hizo shops na posters tukiportray kama imeandikwa shame on you Safaricom, stop providing personal information to the abductors, something like that. Na tunasimama kwa outside the shop kwa mlango, at least watakuwa embarrassed na tutakuwa tumeonyesha, itakuwa imeportray that image kwa world that Safaricom is doing something which is humane, is colluding with the government to interfere with the rights of the Kenyans. Number two, when it comes to, I want to say something about abduction. Abductions, I think we have created a certain kind of, friendly environment to those abductors. So wametuona kama sisi tuko soft juu, wakikuja ground kuabduct mtu, tunaanza kushika masimu na kuchukua video, badala ya kuobstruct na kuinterfere from that process ya kuabduct. Kwani mbona tuogope? Ukiona hao jamaa Subaru hawajaji-identify, hawako in police uniforms, so tuko na right kubloka, wanakuambia why are you doing this, na tukataza hawa, kwani watatushoot sisi wote. Lakini sasa ujinga ya kushika simu na unachukua video badala ya kukataa. So I think it is high time we take actions in a sober way. Yeah. I think I'm done, Fabish.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am happy now that all of us, we are coming and giving solution. But number one solution is to boycott Safari. To push the hashtag even as we are waiting for the posters. So please, tunaanza push the hashtag boycott Safaricom. Then 11/11, yes, we are going to carry placards. We are going to those offices. We are going to tell them that we are not happy. Nobody is going to vandalize anyone's property. We are not for that. We are to bring change, and we are not there to destroy anyone's property. But the message, we will always make sure that we take to where it is needed. Kwa hivyo Safaricom wametuonyesha middle finger. Tumejenga Safaricom with our sweats. Hata wametuibia mabundles unaweka ya 100 before hata wana waishe wameshafagia. Tumevumilia hizo zote, pesa wanatukata tukifanya transaction, but instead of supporting us and respecting us as clients, they are giving out our information, our privacy. Do you know Safaricom, kuna madisi haya ambao yani they take advantage of them. Unaweza, if you have a friend this year, even try here, mtumie tu namba, mwambie huyu ni demu wangu, simu nataka unitrakie. Hata malizi 5 minutes atakuwa amekuletea everything, location, kila kitu. We cannot live a country where our data don't have a privacy. Walikuja wakatulazimisha, wakatuambia we have to register. Unakumbuka baka wakatu threaten, if you don't register, this is the deadline, utafungiwa laini. We complied. Sasa ulikuwa unatulazimisha twende to register for you to use against us, to kill us. So I want to plead with you, any coin that you spend on Safaricom is like you are funding a murder somewhere, because hiyo pesa wanaenda wanapeana kwa oppressor, from oppressor wanatumia kwenda kutua. So indirectly ni kama umeparticipate. Mavri na Oko ndio wako abducted, lazima walitrack wakitumia Safaricom line. We are having a cases of even femicide in our country. Instead of these companies kukuja na kusaidiana na society to bring good governance, to enhance democracy, that is how other corporates are doing. We have seen corporates in the Western world even supporting human rights in Africa. That is how a corporate should behave. Nenda mashinani, uplift life ya vijana, but si kukuja kuhusika na mambo ya siasa na mambo ya kuoppress. So yes, kindly request the mic. I see our brother Nonini. Thank you so much for joining. Kudos, bro. You are always supporting this movement. Feel free to come and just say hi. And everyone who just join in, najua labda watu wengine wa US ndio mnaamka. So welcome, and we can continue sharing the space. And we have said we are now pushing the hashtag boycott Safaricom as we continue going forward. Yes, Jabonji.
Fabish, just to follow up on what you've said, I think with this information age, I expect a lot of people, especially Gen Z, to know exactly what we mean by the breach of the data. You know, if you look at the personal data protection in Kenya is governed by the Data Protection Act. This is of 2019. This act gives the Article 31C and D of the Constitution in a way contain the right to privacy, which is a fundamental human right provided for the protection of personal data by acquiring organizations to obtain consent from individuals before collecting, using, or disclosing their personal information. So I think we need at least, Fabish, to bring in a few legal minds, if you can, with your status, you know, like in the group and in the spaces for long. Would you mind if we try to bring in a few speakers with the legal mind who can try to, you know, to interpret some of these laws? Because I would expect someone who's been breached, you know, to try and sue Safaricom, and then we follow up on that case and see exactly what's happening. Because as you have said, it's true, I have confirmed this before. I once had someone to call me every time, but when I tried to call back, they couldn't pick the phone, you know. So when I give this number to a person in the forces, you know, who knew a person, you know, and then when they, in 5 minutes, as you said, I was able to get the details of this person and their whereabouts. So we all have to agree that DCI is misusing Okay, this data protection act virtue, that we have in our constitution to protect us, they are misusing it, and God knows only what else they have done with it, So we need to attract in. If you allow me, Fabish, I can try to reach out to 3 or 4 legal minds who can come in the space and try
please,
to talk about it, in legal, such that, for example, if you put your placard outside Safaricom shop on 11th, and then the media houses like the CNN and BBC, they try to make a fool out of you, you should have at least the basic information, like your data is being infringed, according to the Article 31C. I mean, you just need to sound like at least you know what we are talking about, because I don't expect you to go with the